Okay. And for those of you who are online, I'll ask you to mute your microphones when you're not speaking. And alert the citing board if you're experiencing any technological failure. Attorneys who are experiencing any kind of issue can contact staff at the previously supplied contact information. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter, and at this time we'll have entry of appearance of counsel. For the applicant?
Yes, good morning, Chairwoman. My name is Gregory Dutton. I'm with the firm Frost Run Todd. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I have with me today my co-counsel, Pierce Stevenson.
Welcome.
We have 4 witnesses today, Your Honor.
Would you identify those, please?
Yes, we have Jesse Ike, Chad Martin, Rich Kirkland, and Professor Paul Coons.
Okay. And there's no intervener that I know of. We did receive a letter. Is there any other counsel present?
Yes, ma'am. Mac Johns with English Lucas Priest and Owsley. I had corresponded earlier this week with the board.
I see. Okay. So, let me get through a couple more matters and then we'll take up your letter.
Thank you.
Okay. Have some.
Thank you.
Staff, I've been advised that public notice has been given.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And there was one motion for confidential treatment. We'll rule on that shortly by order. And I'm going to do public comment, and then we'll take up any other motions, whether it was a motion to intervene or Mr. Johns, if that's okay with you.
Yes, ma'am.
We tend to do the public comment first. All right. Anyone here who's wishing to provide public comment virtually may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov, and written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. You could also always mail us a letter at 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. And let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past day. Counsel, do we have any requests for online comments?
No, Chair.
Okay. I didn't let you introduce yourself. Staff.
It seems like we have audio
Staff
online.
to PSC.
Sorry about that. All right, so do we have public comment in the room? Raise your hand if you're interested. All right, at least one. Okay, so I'll go through these instructions. I'm going to give anyone who wants to speak 10 minutes today, and you'll come to this microphone right here. I'll time it, and I'll give you a little hand wave when you're getting close to your 10 minutes. And just when you come to the microphone, identify yourself and your address, and then we'll start recording. I understand in any case like this, there may be strong feelings and opinions, but I just ask everyone to treat everyone else with respect and to be respectful to the process, and no one is going to interrupt you or and I don't want people to interact or respond. We're just going to give public comments very peacefully, just like we did when we came to Breckenridge County, and everyone was very respectful, and there were lots of passionate emotions, but no one was disrespectful, and it was a pleasure to participate in that. So that's how we're going to continue to comport ourselves. Okay, so we're here to listen. We won't be answering questions, but we will, if there are questions that you raise, maybe we'll ask those later of the witnesses. Okay, so I don't think I've been given a sign-up sheet, so we'll just, whoever is here to comment, someone can go first and step right up to this microphone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tell us your full name and your address, and then you can begin.
I'm Paul Williams from Hardinsburg, Kentucky.
All right. Go right ahead.
Well, I want to thank you first for the opportunity to speak. And I am one of the lessees for solar panels by the New Frontier Solar Farm. But I was raised on the farm that I now live on. I'm 81 years old and have finally made a decision to retire, thanks to the opportunity from EDP that has offered me. As a small farmer, it's difficult to earn a living and accumulate enough revenue to retire on. My neighbors, Tom and Laura Skillman, J.L. and Betty Lou Burke, Bill Monin, and Audrey Rayburn are also at retirement age and can use the extra income to live comfortably in their remaining years. I've always said that I want to leave the land that is on loan to me from God better than when I received it. I want to be a good steward of the land, and I believe the people that we have leased our land to will be as good a steward of the land as we have. And it will give our land a chance to rest, and also me. Speaking for myself, I think that, and all the others will agree with what I'm about to say. The EDP representatives have been the most professional people that we could have had to work with. I can't say enough about their professionalism. We've never had any problem with any of the many times that they had to be on our property to run tests. The workers were always polite. They closed the gates and left everything as it was. EDP will not only be a blessing for us, but the county and state will also benefit from their presence as well. Our county can certainly use the revenue, as the only industries we have are a few machine shops and agriculture. And I want to thank you for the time and consideration of the much needed project in Breckinridge County. And thank you again, and may God bless you.
All right, thanks very much. Do we have anyone else wishing to give public comment this morning?
Madam Chair, I think we're having some technical difficulties. I've heard from a couple ad hoc that are not able to hear any audio.
Well, do we need to take a break till we figure that out?
Madam Chair, did you say something?
Yes, I understand a couple of the online participants were not able to hear.
The audio, we didn't have any audio until just now, and what I hear coming through is very modulated or muffled.
Okay, we'll attempt to address that. Let's go off the record for about 5 minutes.
Okay, you're on, Sharon.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I swear we are a sophisticated and professional organization that generally is able to run a hearing without a mess. And special thanks to Jim Rhodes, our IT director. So I believe we are at the point now where we would be ready for evidence, except that I think we had, I don't know if we consider a motion for intervention, but Mr. Johns, if you want to come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board, gentlemen. No, it would not be considered a motion for intervention. That would not have been timely. I think December 2nd may have been the date for intervention. But I'm Mac Johns with English, Lucas, Priest, and Owsley, and the fiscal court retained our firm to present to the board 2 or 3 points. First primary point is that there is currently an ordinance that was adopted by the fiscal court February 17th that creates county setback lines. And with my correspondence, I have included a copy of that ordinance. I have extra copies if anyone would like one. I had copied counsel on that correspondence. Mr. Dutton, you need this? Good. Thank you. So that was the first point that I was asked to make. Second point is back in October, the only solar developer that had contacted the fiscal court with a memorandum of understanding, New Frontiers, that was not approved by a majority of the Breckinridge County Fiscal Court, so there is no memorandum of understanding with the county. 2 additional points that some of the magistrates have asked me to make. They have reviewed some of the written public comments in the way of letters that may represent the writer is a lifelong resident of Breckinridge County. Those magistrates are unfamiliar with those individuals, and Mr. Stacy, with his long political experience, knows you're holding office as a magistrate. You know most of the people in your community. Those are the points that I would make on behalf of the fiscal court at this time. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, after the long delay, which would have made my drive from the central time zone a little more palatable this morning, had I known about that, I'll step back and y'all can start your business.
Well, thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, can I ask a question? You made reference to the MOU, and can you tell us what that memorandum that was adopted was regarding? That memorandum of understanding was not adopted. It was the agreement between the county and the developer, proposed agreement with regard to what their interrelationship would be, and it failed at a vote of the fiscal court when it was brought up for approval. Was that regarding the road maintenance or something like that? It would have been regarding, and Mr. Dutton, I'll allow him to speak. He's more familiar with his MOU than I.
Yeah, my concern here is that I'm not sure how much of the contents of the MOU are actually public, because I'm not aware that the MOU was made publicly available. I think the judge knows more about that than I do. I just don't want either one of us to get into content that hasn't been made available outside of the confidential sort of zone of the negotiations.
Yeah. Mainly what I know about it is it was rejected. Well, I think that's.
I can say one other thing. There won't be any confidential agreements with a public entity like a county government.
It's finalized, and it would have been made certainly publicly available. And I'm not opposed to having that conversation. All I was saying is that I wanted to check with the judge on what was still publicly available and what wasn't. If it's not publicly available, then I was going to suggest we go into confidential session so that you can have all of your questions answered. I'm not aware of what the status of that is, and I've advised my witnesses to at least have a conversation with the judge about that before we make the contents of the MOU
I
public.
understand, that's fine, thank you all.
Is anyone asserting that that would have been required for us, for the citing board to approve this site?
I think it was represented in,
Again, it would require it to have been in place for
Yeah.
us to proceed.
I would disagree with the interpretation that Mr. Jones has provided
We'll get
as
it
far as
on
the
there.
record, but we'll make witnesses available to
Yeah.
clarify that.
Okay,
Okay.
that sounds fine.
Thank you, Mr.
And as
Jones.
far as the local ordinance, wasn't enacted at the time of the application, is that correct?
it was not enacted at the time of the application. My recollection from my
8.710, Section 1, Section E, but, which appears to require whatever was in existence at the time the application was filed to be followed. But that may also get taken up today or in post and listened.
Thank you, Madam
All
Chairman.
right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Okay, we are ready to take witnesses, I believe, unless anybody knows of any.
Our first witness is Jesse Ike.
Tell us your full name and your business address.
My full name is Jesse Ike. Business address is
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ike, what is, who do you work for
work for EDP Renewables North America.
in this case?
So my role in preparing the materials for this case, as the lead project development expert, third-party consultants to provide factual evidence and errors. Our intent with two different suppliers is to manage risk and potential supply chain issues. Solar modules became unavailable for use, so we did a supplemental filing. At this point, the update to the record is that agreement in the works with finalizing a module supply agreement with another manufacturer, but that has not been finalized at the current. Yeah, so currently we have Elite Power panels as our finalized module supply agreement, and so the second round is regarding milestone dates for the project. So we had panel issues and various constraints. We are now pushing that to the right to Q3 of 2025. And so sequentially on this, in our peak construction period of pile installation and further grading, we'll push to on course.
With that, I'll turn to the witness for further questions.
Ms. Clark?
Up-to-date site plan been filed with the citing board.
Yes.
In staff request to question number 31, it said that a up-to-date parcel map will be filed in the supplemental filing. Has that been filed?
So that was supplied in the supplemental response to RFI round 2, number 31, and that's our.
Do you expect this to be your final site plan?
We anticipate that this is for the is what we're aiming for. So any changes that our contractors suggest, we've instructed them that the site plan that we've submitted to the citing board is should be retained as the final notion.
If there are any potential changes, what?
It's an on-site if there are any constraints at a driveway entrance for example, and they need to shift that driveway entrance by 25 feet to the left, that could be a slight change. But it really just depends on the conditions on site after mobilization. To this point, we understand all the constraints. Changes could depend on, on the ground features that come up.
How many months do you anticipate construction will take?
So we anticipate construction to be anywhere in between 12 and 18 months, just weather pending.
And how many of those months are actually peak construction, for example, like pile driving is actually occurring?
So again, it depends on some natural factors, right? Conditions that may come up during construction. So depending on daylight hours and weather conditions, we could give a rough window of those pile driving activities being 4 to 6 months. But again, that could flex on either side.
How long is the operational, what is the total project acreage?
So we anticipate that the total footprint of the project would be 1,100 acres. With all the constraints and the various areas that we're avoiding with panels inside the fence, would knock that number down to the 890 figure that's stated here.
Do you know what the total fenced acres of it, is that the 890 or is it going to be?
That's gonna be the 1,100.
Okay, the 1,100, the fenced acres.
Yes, ma'am.
This project has been described as a contiguous project. Can you explain to the project, to the siting board, how this project is contiguous, even though it involves various parcels of land that are not adjacent?
Sure. And so we've cited this project to be contiguous in the matter of utilizing underground collection easements with private landowners. So any portions of the project that are separated, any panel areas that are separated from one another, the fields in between, the parcels in between, we have negotiated with those private landowners to do underground collection, as their interest is to retain the original surface use, but they still would like to be involved in the project. So we connected various parts of the project with those collection circuits.
What do you mean by underground collection? Just wires?
Yeah, just wires, yeah. So it's the underground collection system is the medium voltage collection system that runs from the inverters to the substation.
And why do it that way? Why not just make it contiguous? Is it something about the way the land was lying? Or?
It truly depends on the landowner's wishes through negotiations on that agreement.
Oh.
So are you trying to tell us that if there's a parcel of land here, and then there's one that separates in the middle, they didn't want panels, but they allowed you to they had a contractual agreement for you to run wiring from two adjoining parcels that have panels, is that
That's
what
correct.
you're trying to describe?
Yep. So I would point to the layouts provided in, sorry, let me make sure I'm telling you the right location. So the engineering map provided in the, what is this? In the second set of supplemental responses to the first round of RFIs, number 42. So you can see there is a separation of the actual arrays on the northern portion of the project and the southern portion of the project. Those fields in the middle, those are the fields that I'm discussing that landowners preferred that they maintain the surface use as is, but they wanted to work with the project, and so we negotiated those specific to underground collection easements. So just the cables underground, and there's a specified route in those agreements.
Okay, thank you.
According to staff request number, data request 1, question 33, it indicates that some will be underground collections and then some will be above ground. That map that's provided, is that a still accurate map?
Yes, so the map provided in that supplemental filing to the first round, number 42, that is our most recent site plan. Yes.
Still in the realm of the underground transmission line, once the project is decommissioned, are there requirements in the lease agreement whether those transmission lines are going to remain in place or will they be removed?
Typically, in the landowner agreements, there are parameters around what is removed and what is left. The underground collection lines are, we typically bury those at a range of 3 to 4 feet below grade, depending on the surface conditions. And a lot of the time, the landowners, their wish is to leave those alone so that we don't come in during decommissioning and further disturb those easement areas by ripping up that cable, and putting a pause on any operations on that portion.
Now, are all the landowners who will have their underground transmission lines buried, are those all participating landowners?
Yes.
Are there going to be any structures that are going to be demolished in this process?
We don't anticipate any structures to be demolished.
What type of fencing is proposed to enclose the solar panels?
So it's anticipated that the National Electric Standard Code fencing of chain link with a 12-inch barbed wire section on top is sufficient for this project, and that is what our contractors have proposed to us.
Is there going to be any mesh coating on the fences?
We are not anticipating any mesh coating at this time.
How was it determined where vegetative screening would be placed and which areas needed it and which areas would not need it?
So the project, we took a look at the overall map and the neighboring residences and the neighboring businesses, and any sort of neighbor that would see the project. And on immediately adjacent parcels, if there was a occupied residence or a church, we proposed a screening line of that double row of evergreen trees in between the project and those neighboring residences to block the view of the project.
Are there only going to be evergreen trees that are planted, or are there going to be shrubs for that vegetative buffer, or is it going to alternate?
So I would refer to the landscape plan. There are 3 specific evergreen trees that were proposed there. I would defer the details of those specifics to Mr. Chad Martin.
Do you know at what height those trees are going to be planted at?
I think that is also contained in that study. I would defer that to Chad as well.
Hardinsburg Baptist Church is very close to the solar panels. What are the plans as far as the vegetative buffer for that church?
So currently, we're anticipating the double row of evergreen trees at the point of the existing vegetation on the west side of the church, continuing in between the project and the church parking lot, and to turn north to block the east side of the church from any further viewshed impacts from the project.
Has anyone had a conversation with the pastor or the ministerial alliance at that church regarding this project?
Yes, so some project representatives, including myself, have met with church leadership and the pastor.
Have they had any concerns about the vegetative buffer that's been proposed?
They've asked a couple of questions on the specific location of the vegetative buffer. We're continuing those conversations with them in the light of where exactly, or what would be best for the church's intentions of where we place that buffer, whether it's up against the property line or up against the project.
What is the spacing going to be between the rows of panels?
Between the rows of panels. So our current design, it's anticipated that the spacing in between the rows of panels would be an 18-foot distance from the leading edge of the panel to the next leading edge of the panel.
What is going to be the ground cover underneath the panels?
So we're anticipating our vegetation management plan to include a low-growth native seed mix of grasses. Any further details on that should be outlined in the landscape plan, and you can defer that to Chad.
So no gravel is going to be used?
We aren't currently anticipating any gravel. The only gravel that could be used is for a foundation for the inverters, but the coverage underneath the panels is all going to be that native mix of grasses.
Will the project substation have its own separate fencing?
We're anticipating it to have its own, yes.
Have there been any requests to change or add vegetative screening from non-participating landowners?
The only requests to update the vegetative screening have been from non-participating landowners. I would say the church discussions that I mentioned earlier would be the only ones at this point.
Were they requesting additional vegetative screening?
Not necessarily additional, just proximity to the property boundary.
How many acres of land or trees, shrubs are needed to be cleared for this project?
So currently, we're anticipating about 10.5 acres of existing trees to be cleared. That is for the underground collection and access road corridors. We were intentional about designing the contiguous infrastructure of this project and the arrays and any fencing to not impact the existing trees, because our goal was to clear as little as possible. But to have full connectivity of the project, there are some wooded areas that we have to pass through with, like I said, those medium voltage corridors or those access road corridors. So with the accumulation of all those passings, it comes to about 10.5 acres.
What environmental studies have been completed for this project?
I will defer that to Chad.
Okay. According to staff request, question 26, has an updated CARS 3 assessment been completed?
Yes, we do have an updated third phase CARS assessment.
Has that been filed with the siting board?
Yes, it has been filed as the second set of supplemental responses to the first round of RFIs number 26.
For this project, there are some CARS issues. What are those issues and how are those planned to be addressed?
So through those phased CARS studies, we've used that consultant to identify existing karst and identify areas that could potentially develop karst. We have taken into consideration every single one of those areas that the could develop and existing karst features, and plug those into our constraints for our contractors to avoid in our site plan. We've added a 50-foot setback from each of those locations for any infrastructure.
What mitigation measures is Clover Creek going to use as far as when pile driving is occurring?
Mitigation measures?
Yes.
For
noise?
For noise. So currently, we're anticipating the setbacks that are in the site plan and the existing topography and existing vegetation and the woods that are remaining standing to be a sufficient sound buffer for those activities.
How will stormwater or runoff be addressed in this project?
So we're anticipating a stormwater pollution and prevention plan to be secured prior to commencement of construction by our civil engineering group. That has yet to be applied here. We have to have our IFC's designs ready for that.
How many participating landowners are there for this project?
There are 12 to 14.
For this Breckinridge County, there's no planning or zoning, but there is a local ordinance at the time this application was filed. That was ordinance 2022-032. In the notice of intent, it provides, Clover Creek stated that they would comply with that local ordinance. Is that correct?
So I'm not an attorney, so I can't address the applicability of that ordinance, but we did understand the provisions of that ordinance, and those were incorporated in the project design.
Okay.
Our setbacks and vegetative screening measures that we have in the design meet or exceed the provisions in that 2022 ordinance.
So as far as one of the requirements was that there was a 300 feet setback from a residential structure, nursing home, church, or school. And so what is the closest residential home that you would request a distance from?
The closest residential home to a panel.
To a panel.
A panel is 464 feet in the current site plan.
Is that home a participating home, a residential landowner, or non-participating?
That is a non-participating landowner.
Have you had a conversation with that landowner about this project?
We have reached out to that landowner via phone, email, and sent documents introducing the project to their home. We have not received any communication through those efforts back from them.
And that 464 feet, is that from a solar panel to the property line, or the solar panel to their project fencing or boundary?
That is from the nearest solar panel edge to the house edge.
To the house
Yeah.
edge? Since this application has been filed, Breckinridge County Fiscal Court has passed an ordinance 2025-0121 in February of 2025, which requires a setback of 1,000 feet. Does this project comply with those setbacks?
This project does not comply with those setbacks.
Clover Creek has also filed a motion for deviation. How many residential neighborhoods are within 2,000 feet of this project?
There are 2 residential neighborhoods noted within 2,000 feet of the project.
Okay. Can I ask you a follow-up question to one of Nicole's questions?
Sure.
Your answer to the edge of that non-participating homeowner, can you tell us again what your answer to that was?
So it was from the edge of the panel, so within the fence, but the edge of the panel to the house itself.
So how far is the fence? How much closer is the fence to that property owner than the panel?
For that house, the fence is 423 feet from the house. Let me verify that number.
And that's to the very edge of their home?
That is correct.
How far is it from the edge of their property? And what kind of property is that?
So yes, 422 feet, sorry, had to confirm that.
It's
From
422 feet from the
423
edge of the fence
From the edge of the fence to the home.
to
yes.
the edge of their home?
Yeah.
Okay, how far is it to the edge of their property?
I am unable to answer that. They're across the US Highway 60, so it's not immediately adjacent, but I don't know the distance. These numbers in our sound study are based on the home location itself.
Is there someone here with this group that can answer that question?
I can defer to Chad, but I don't know yet.
Somebody's back there shaking their head no, I don't know. Does that mean no?
Yeah, Commissioner, we'd be happy to answer in a post-hearing data request. I think all of the requests that we've received have been about fence line in homes, not property lines. So that question just hasn't come up before, but we can figure that out and answer it after the hearing.
And what kind of use is this property? What is this, their yard, what is the use of that?
That,
Can you describe that?
it's a small parcel with a single-family home on it.
But is it their yard, or is it their hen house, or what is it?
I believe it's their house that they live in.
No, I'm not asking you about their home. I'm asking you about what kind of property is there between you and them that they own?
Okay.
And how is it being used by that property owner?
It's their front yard, and the property in between their front yard and our leased property is
So
the
you've
road
got a
right away.
fence, you've got a road, and then you've got their front yard and their house. Does that kind of aptly describe it?
Yeah.
Okay. One other question I want to follow, if it's all right, Nicole. She asked you a question about the change in the property and about runoff, about storm runoff. How much excavation do you expect on this project?
I'm not able to answer that. I can follow up with that in a post-hearing data request.
Well, we're here now. I mean, we'd like to know that.
I don't know the answer to it at this time.
So you don't even know if you expect the excavation that you're gonna perform on that property is likely to cause runoff onto an adjacent property that's not involved with this project? You can't answer that.
So I can answer in that the project will retain the stormwater pollution and prevention plan, which is in place to prevent any runoff from the project parcels to neighboring properties.
So does that assume that you are going to have some excavation that causes runoff, and that you're gonna take some kind of action, or you're gonna attempt to take some kind of action that prevents that?
Yes, so there will be excavation and grading work done on the project site.
So there is some likelihood that there could be runoff.
Yes, and the stormwater pollution and prevention plan is in place with the best management practices, silt fencing, the sediment bases to protect adjoining parcels from that runoff.
I guess, Nicole, we have that,
We do.
and, well, I think we'd like to see I think it should have been today, because you got all of these people here that they're obviously interested. They didn't drive all the way up here because of the beautiful weather here today. And those things should have been in place already, in my opinion, to give them answers, because all hearings like this are really for is to give people confidence that the right decision is being made by government, or by this committee, or by this commission.
Yes, sir. The design is not at a stage yet to where we can sufficiently obtain that stormwater pollution and prevention plan from the
But
Energy
you
and
are here
Environment
today on a hearing that a decision is gonna be made, and you can't say that the design is to a point that, to assure these folks that it's not gonna be adverse to their interests. That's my point.
Commissioner, we're happy to provide any information that you'd like after the hearing. I don't believe there was any requests leading up to this hearing about excavation or the level of excavation. I personally haven't seen that in other cases previously, so that just wasn't something that we had prepared for today, because it's not something we're typically asked for, or what we asked for in this case. But we can put something together after the hearing to answer that question to the best of our ability.
Thank you, I appreciate that, but let me make one other statement, is there have been in other similar cases, there has been lots of questions about excavation on these projects.
Yeah, and I think what he's saying is that we can talk about the ways that the excavation is going to be managed and the way that the stormwater runoff is going to be managed. Our other witness, Chad Martin, is the best person equipped to do that. In terms of specifically which places are going to have dirt moved and which places are going to have dirt removed or placed on it, he's just not prepared to answer that. We can, like I said, we're happy.
Do you have a witness here today that can answer that?
I don't believe that we do. That wasn't something that had been asked before, so I don't believe that we've had anyone prepared to answer, to speak to that. I think Mr. Martin is probably best equipped to answer that, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to have the specificity that you're looking for today, sir.
Well, I appreciate that, but you understand what I'm saying about people. They just want assurance. They want to know that all the information is out on the table so that everybody knows what's going on, and they can be assured that the local government, state government, everybody is making the proper decision. And unless all the information is laying out there for everyone to see at once, sometimes people become suspect of that. And I don't want that.
I understand completely the questions, and we appreciate the questions. I think they're good questions. I wish that I had the information for you today because they make sense. I think to the best of our ability, when Mr. Martin is up there, we'll talk extensively about what places are going to be, what management systems are going to be in place, so that we don't end up with dirt in the road, and that we don't end up with dust, and we don't end up with a bunch of soil washing into the creek. We know that there are concerns about that in the community. We've been having those conversations with Judge Lucas and other people because they've seen some other construction projects that had some issues. So we're happy to talk about the management systems in place. Just in terms of the moving dirt, I apologize, but we didn't have that ready today.
Okay, thanks.
Going back to your motion for deviation, is it accurate that you are requesting 800 feet from your generating equipment setback and a 1,500 feet setback from inverters? Is that correct?
Yes. So,
And then a 50 feet, setback from the substation?
that is correct, yes.
Look at the setback, when it says 800 feet and 1,500 feet, are you starting from, when we say generating equipment, the solar panel, again, are we going from the residential neighborhood, the property boundary line of that residential neighborhood to the actual solar panel, or are we talking about the fencing to the project to the residential neighborhood? Where are you starting that setback at?
These setbacks were measured from the property boundary
Okay.
in its relation to the inverter and the panel and the substation specifically.
And all those distances that were provided in that motion for deviation, that is still accurate, correct?
Yes, it is.
It looks like again, you stated there were 2 residential neighborhoods within that 2,000 feet. And the closest, is that Lake Ridge neighborhood?
The closest to,
The panel, we have 800 feet.
that's correct, yes, Lake Ridge.
How much communication have you had with that neighborhood?
So we have sent invites to the open houses that we've held. We've sent some project information, have not heard from those folks specifically to this effect.
Do you know the distance, and if you don't, we can pose this in a post-hearing data request, the distance from the closest non-participating property to the fencing, to the panel, inverter, or the substation? The closest to the non-participating?
So the closest non-participating to the panel and fencing is that SR 007 that we discussed earlier at 464 feet from panel and 423 from the fence. The closest non-participating residence to the main power transformer or substation is at 635 feet. That's SR 049. And the closest residence to, non-participating residence to an inverter is 860 feet.
Going back to that resident that, for the substation is 635 feet away, have you had any type of communication with that homeowner?
So that was similar to the previous response. We've reached out to that landowner multiple times via phone and email and left information packet that was supplied in our supplemental response of what we left in their mailbox and have not heard from them.
How far is the Big Rivers Electric substation going to be from this actual Clover Creek substation?
I'm not sure on the specific distance, but the property line is a sharing property line from the Big Rivers properties for the substation to our substation property.
Can you describe to the siting board some of the contact that you've had with local officials regarding this project?
So the project team has been available at monthly fiscal court meetings since, I believe, July of last year. We have made ourselves available to answer questions from the public and the magistrates at those fiscal court meetings. We've also reached out individually to adjoining non-participating neighbors to the project via phone, email, and mail communications. Additionally, we've held 2 open houses, the most recent one being this past January at the fairgrounds, and sent paper invites around to the community to ensure that they were all aware of the open house, posted an ad in the newspaper. That open house was to answer questions and address any concerns to the immediate public.
How many residents would you say that was in attendance in the January open house?
We did submit a sign-in sheet.
Would you describe it as well-attended, not very?
I would describe it as well-attended.
Were there still, at that time, concerns about setbacks or vegetative buffering? What kind of issues were the residents concerned about at that time in January?
The main concern that I recall from my discussions with folks at that open house was knowledge of where the infrastructure is actually planned to go in its relation to their specific homes, so setbacks in that effect and the vegetative screening. We had the map supplied in the supplemental response to RFI number 2, number 31. We had those maps supplied at that open house to walk through the collection corridors that we have, or the underground collection areas that we have, walk through the areas that we plan to put in panels in accordance with this site plan, fencing, and all the vegetative screening that we have planned out in the landscape plan.
Could you also detail or explain any public involvement you've had besides the public meetings?
In years past, the project team has sponsored the local car show. Other than that, we have made ourselves available to conversations with community members, like I said, at the monthly meetings and meeting with the Economic Development Authority as well.
Have there been any requests to add vegetative screening from non-participating landowners?
There haven't been any requests to add additional screening. As I mentioned with the church, it was really just the location of the screening itself.
Were there any requests to change? So besides the church, you've not had any type of conversations with any other residential landowners to add vegetative buffers?
Not to add at this point, no.
Okay. Have there been any requests from anyone in the community or local officials to change the project layout?
There haven't been any specific requests to change the project layout. I would say that the discussions, the questions have come up around the finalization of the layout and what is to be expected. And as I mentioned, the design that we supplied in the application is what we anticipate to be final and what we have communicated with the community.
Now, as far as construction, what's the main road that you plan to use as far as delivery of the substation, panels, inverters?
So currently, we're anticipating that the main road would be US Highway 60, as it's the main artery, just due west of the intersection of Highway 60 and 992, to deliver the main power transformer and the other substation equipment. Solar panel deliveries we anticipate to be shared across the site as they'll be delivered to the points in which they'll be installed in the various areas of the site. That will be along Skillman Monarch Road, US Highway 60, and State Road 261.
Breckinridge County High School is within a 2-mile radius of the project. What type of conversations have you had, or the project or representative, with the local board office regarding potential impact as far as deliveries and drop-off and pickup times for that high school?
We've had a conversation with the Breckinridge superintendent, Breckinridge County School superintendent, to discuss project facts of what we anticipate the revenue generation will be for the community. We've discussed specifics around the construction entrances to the project, to your point of the construction progress.
Is there going to be a plan to sort of coordinate like the delivery time so they don't interfere with the?
I would defer that to Chad Martin. His firm developed the traffic study supplied in this application.
At staff request 1, question 13, Clover Creek provided a corporate structure for Clover Creek. Could you explain to the siting board, on that corporate structure, you have New Frontier. How does the New Frontier solar project fit in the corporate structure as far as Clover Creek Solar?
So Clover Creek Solar has been assigned the DBA in Kentucky for New Frontiers. That as an entity, Clover Creek Solar, DBA New Frontiers Solar Park LLC, that is 100% wholly owned subsidiary of EDP Renewables North America.
The leases that you're with Clover Creek has with the New Frontier Solar, are they with Clover Creek, or are the leases between Clover Creek and the residential landowner, or are they with New Frontier Solar?
The leases are with Clover Creek Solar LLC and the residential landowner.
Does Clover Creek have any employees?
Clover Creek does not have any employees.
Does New Frontier have any employees? Who will hire the employees for construction?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was looking down. I didn't hear your answer.
Sorry, no.
Who will hire the employees for construction? Is it going to be a contractor, or is it going to be EDP Renewables?
So EDP Renewables will contract through PCL Industrial Builders to do the photovoltaic and the medium voltage work on the project. PCL will then subcontract out the specific work of some nuanced natures of construction. EDP will contract with MJ Electric as well for the high voltage aspects of this project. They will also retain any subcontractors for various civil and electrical jobs. Our EPCs aim to hire keep hiring as local as possible, and they've agreed with EDP to work with a third-party agency to retain local employment.
And so when you say that they've agreed to, is there contract language with that EPC that they will make a concerted effort to hire local employees, local workers?
Yes, we have our EPC contracts in place at this time with PCL and MJ.
But is there specific contract language that would encourage them to hire local construction workers?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is going to employ the EPC contractor? Is that EDP Renewables?
EDP Renewables is contracting directly with the EPCs.
Okay.
Yes.
What company is going to employ the individuals who will be responsible for ensuring compliance with mitigation measures during the construction period?
So that will be EDP North America. We have a dedicated team of individuals employed by EDPR North America, exactly like myself, that will be on site all throughout construction as our site team, and they'll continue to monitor compliance with this application.
What company will employ the individuals that will be responsible for ensuring compliance during operations?
That will also be EDP Renewables North America.
Is EDP Renewable North America, is it owned by another company?
EDP Renewables North America is a subsidiary of the EDP Group, or EDP Renewables Global. which is based out of Madrid, Spain.
When the application was filed, it has an environmental violation record section, and that section stated, Clover Creek stated, that there was no entity with ownership interest that has violated any federal or state environmental laws. Was EDP Renewables North America, was that included in that record?
Yes.
What about EDP as far as SA, the Spanish version of that? Are there any environmental records, or, I'm sorry, any environmental violations that you have knowledge of?
I don't have any knowledge of any at this time. Happy to follow up in a post-hearing request.
And as, again, just following up on, for EDP Renewables North America, you have no knowledge of any type of environmental violations or pending administrative hearings?
That's correct.
And New Frontier Solar Park does not have any type of environmental violations, is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as the interconnection process, where is this project in the interconnection process?
This project has an executed large generation interconnection agreement between MISO and Big Rivers Electric Co-op.
What reports or studies have been completed in your interconnection process?
So the interconnection queue position went through a feasibility study at the initial stage with MISO, followed by a system impact study, then by facilities study, and then entered into the large generation interconnection agreement, as well as an affected system study run by PGA.
Do you have a PPA in place with Big Rivers?
The PPA is not with Big Rivers.
Okay. Is it?
That is confidential at this time, and I'd have to consult with our legal counsel on disclosing the off-taker.
You have one that's fully executed in, like, final?
The power purchase agreement? Yes, ma'am.
Who will own the transmission line? Will it be Clover Creek or Big Rivers?
The transmission line will be owned by Clover Creek.
Who is responsible for paying the interconnection costs? Is it going to be Clover Creek or Big Rivers?
That would be the project, Clover Creek.
How long is the gen-tie expected to be?
So we're anticipating the gen-tie to be 460 feet.
Where will the transmission line begin at, and where will the transmission line end?
So it's anticipated that the transmission line will begin at our collector substation just north of State Road 992 and head due east and turn into the Big River switchyard, and that's where it will end.
Is there any anticipation that that route will change?
Not at this time.
Were any alternative routes considered?
Not that I'm aware of.
The decommissioning plan that was submitted to the siting board, do you expect any changes to that, or is that going to be the final decommissioning plan?
That plan was generated by Stantec, our third-party consultant, so I'll defer that to Chad.
Are there any plans to enter into an IRB or a pilot with Breckinridge County?
Currently, we do not anticipate an IRB. We have proposed it to the county, and those discussions are still ongoing. That offer is on the table for continuing conversations, but nothing has been finalized yet.
Is it going to be, as far, going back a little bit to the local workers, is it totally in the discretion of the EPC who they will hire?
I am not able to confidently answer that. I'm happy to follow up with that in a post-hearing request.
How many full-time positions are there going to be once the project becomes operational?
We're anticipating roughly 2 to 3 full-time positions.
Do you believe that those positions are going to be local hires, or will those be residents from construction workers or residents from out of state?
We anticipate that the techs that are hired could be local hires. Depends on the experience, the pool of experience locally.
Can you describe to the siting board a little bit about Clover Creek's complaint resolution program?
So currently, the project has enacted a toll-free phone number that will be available 24/7 and be a direct line of communication to project representatives at EDP, including myself. That phone number will be posted on project entrances during construction and during operations for any immediate complaints that arise from any community resident. They'll be able to find that and reach out directly to us.
Also on the website somewhere
There is a website established, yes.
with that phone number.
That phone number will be posted on the website. Yes.
And so when will that information, as far as the website, when will that be available to residents? Is it going to be when construction starts or when excavation starts? When is that going to?
I anticipate it to be at construction start, so as soon as EPC's mobilized to site, we'll post that number near the trailers.
So you said you were going to provide on a sign a 1-800 number. Who is going to be the person who actually answers that call? Is it going to be someone local or someone in another state?
So it will be, currently the way it's set up is we don't have a site manager that is on site with EDP. We don't have that person assigned to this project yet, as we haven't started construction. So currently the way that number is set up is that it will go to myself and my colleague Landon Redmond. From there, it will, if outside of business hours, if neither of us are able to answer, the person will be able to leave a voicemail, and it will send Landon and I both an email regarding that context.
So when construction starts, who will be the person answering that 1-800 call?
So my colleague and I will remain on that list, but we will likely add the local site manager to that list, as he or she will be more readily available to address those concerns.
Is there a time period if a resident has a complaint? Is there a time period in which you would like to have that complaint resolved?
There's no set time period at this time. We like to address those as quickly as possible. So depending on the issue itself, whether it's a quick fix or a longer fix, is to be determined.
And as far as going back to a little bit about the traffic and the roadway use, what is Clover Creek's position on if during construction a road is damaged or in any way, what is Clover Creek's position on maintaining the roads during that time and if any damage occurs to those roads?
So we've discussed this with the fiscal court, and we've noted that we are happy to maintain the road's original state throughout construction and fix it if there's any issues post-construction, bring it back up to the level of that original state. That is still an open conversation, and nothing has been finalized, but that is our intent, is to maintain the roads to their current state.
And you said if damage occurs post-construction, what happens if damage occurs while construction is going on?
So that is when we would attempt to fix the issue immediately, unless there could be a situation where there are more deliveries coming down that road and the damage is anticipated to continue. So we would anticipate that the fix would be a long-term fix once we know the extent of the issues causing that damage are finished.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ike. I'm not really one to beat a dead horse too much, but I do want to go back to the questions regarding the maps and the non-contiguous nature of this project. I've been poring over the several maps that y'all provided in the record. I think the original one in the site assessment report was kind of illegible. You couldn't really read it. It was kind of blurry, but y'all resubmitted it. And I got to tell you, I'm a little at a loss about what that map tells me. The legend doesn't really do the rest of the map justice, I think. So it's kind of a agglomeration of a bunch of lines, and you can see where the panels are at, but I don't know what all the lines mean, and the legend really doesn't match up. Where I'm getting to here is regarding the underground cables that you're going to lay. Does that map depict the transmission lines in any way between the parcels that you discussed earlier?
The map, the constraint boundaries that are noted on there, so it is a bit hard to read. The maps that we supplied as a supplemental response to.
And that's the map you referred to a little earlier, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't see those on that map. I do not see the transmission lines that you're referring to there. That's exactly what I was getting to, because that map is much better, I will admit. And it was done in direct response to staff's questions regarding construction entrances and roads. So I do not see that. Can you point me to it? Just take engineering map 1. Can you point me to where those underground lines are on there?
On the roads, sorry, I had my wires
Yeah.
a bit crossed there. Let me.
I mean, there's no reason for us to go back to the original map in the SAR, because that, I can't really pick them out on there. But I think what I would like to see is your map in response to I think it was the supplemental to RF1, the map we're talking about has the 4 engineering maps on there. If those could be depicted, if that could be depicted on those maps, that would certainly help. Because I'm getting back to where Commissioner Stacy was and Ms. Carr. How many non-participating landowners did you have to get an easement from, and where are those easements going to be? Because I think it makes a difference if they're going along existing roads or side roads versus across country, across people's property. I can't imagine the amount of disturbed story, but if it's across private property, that gives me a whole lot of pause regarding the amount of disturbance that's going to have to take place. I've never seen a project that was so broken up like this one. Which brings me to
Collection lines through private property. Those easements are private agreements that we have negotiated and put in place with those landowners. So those landowners we consider to be raised, and in our designs we have respected those areas as depicted in those filed collection agreements.
Okay, when I say non-participating, I guess I was really referring to the fact that they will not have solar panels on their property. I understand if you've got an easement from them, they're participating in one manner or another, and I assume compensated for that in some manner.
Correct.
So, but I think us having a map that shows where those lines run clearly would help us out. Because there's a whole lot of other questions, crossing streams, Corps of Engineer permits, 401 certifications that my cabinet issues for such work. We've seen a lot of issues in the past with easements, and it's kind of a hot button topic for folks when it comes to that kind of thing.
Sure. If I could note in the responses for the second request for information, response number 24, we did provide a here on that map where those medium voltage lines will go.
And that was which one, Mr. Ike?
That was the response number 24 in the second round of data requests.
In DR2?
Yes.
Yeah, I had something written down here that you did have easements from those folks, that they would be buried, so there is a map there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you for that. How many folks did you all have to get easements from? How many landowners?
We retained easements with multiple landowners. Some of those landowners, actually, we have leases for arrays with as well. So these fields, particularly in the center of the project, were fields that the landowners wanted to retain farming, as I mentioned earlier, but they did execute leases for arrays in other parts of the project area. I would say, including those folks, we signed collection easements, with a handful of folks there.
Okay. All right, I'll take a look at that map and come back with any questions I might have while we're moving along with other questions that folks may have. I did want to move to the oil and gas wells. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes, I can speak to that.
Okay, I think y'all listed that there were 6 wells in the project area. You said they were all abandoned. My folks at our Division of Oil and Gas have provided me with records on those wells. 3 are abandoned, but we have 3 listed as producing. So that kind of brings me to mineral rights questions. Have you discussed mineral rights with anybody, any of these landowners? Have they given up those mineral rights, or is this something where they have retained those mineral rights and could come in and drill a well in the future?
Yes, so we have hired a third-party consultant to run a mineral title search for our entire project area. There are locations within the project area where mineral rights have been severed to an extent of percentage. Our next steps from that point are to obtain surface use waivers from the percentage of mineral owners that are not the surface owners, to protect, the use of the surface area of the land.
Okay. And do you dispute our records that those 3 wells are no longer producing? Are you sure of that? I mean, our records could be wrong. I'm not saying they're 100% all the time, but.
Yeah, I can follow up in a post-hearing request to ensure that we have the clear number of wells producing or not producing there.
Yeah, let me give you the numbers of those 3 that you all provided that you said were abandoned that we have as producing. It'd be 127,872, 129,536, and 129,537.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I made it back to that map. I see where you're talking about. It doesn't really show the parcels necessarily on that map. It does show the line of the underground collection system. So it's kind of hard to tell where the parcels are that don't have panels on them versus the ones that do. But that does bring me to another question, and it's regarding the map that y'all provided in the boundary as a response to, I think it was number 31. It was a supplemental response to question 31. And you have solar park collection parcels. So it looks like there's 4 parcels there that will not have panels on them. I was just kind of a little interested. I assume there's an agreement with those folks to run underground cables through them, but also those will not have panels on them. But the substation is located on one of those parcels. Can you just elaborate on why those parcels had to be obtained in those ways and really what that means?
Sure. So the map you're referencing is, yes, response number 31 in the supplemental response RFI2 number 31. The green shaded parcels on that map are parcels that we have leases on and the ability to build panels on. The yellow highlighted parcels are, as you mentioned, collection only and underground only medium voltage easements. However, the parcel with the project substation, that is an easement-only parcel with a purchase option for that specific area for the substation. So the intent there is that there is a defined area in which the medium voltage collection lines can follow en route to the project substation, and that footprint for the substation, we actually have an option on to purchase and build our substation there as a parcel owned by Clover Creek.
Okay, thank you. That helps. I guess the last question I've got, Mr. Ike, is have y'all submitted the geotechnical report yet?
So we have had a little bit of some weather delays on that, given the rain and snow in recent weeks in Kentucky. So we are anticipating that final report to be delivered to us end of this week, so tomorrow or very early next, and we will file that as a post-hearing requirement.
And your geophysical report was really your karst report, is that correct? Indicating there's about 91 karst features on site?
That's correct, yes.
And a 50-foot setback for those, I think you mentioned and that I read.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Hammack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ike, I just want to follow up a little bit on a question Ms. Carr had. So just, tell me if I'm right on my recollection here. So you're looking for the permanent operation to have 2 to 3 full-time positions. And you're saying that there will be a preference to hire local, but that would depend on the workforce skills, correct?
For those 2 to 3 positions, yes.
Okay. Have you all developed a plan about how you're going to go about recruiting for those positions?
So we have an asset management team that has folks already employed that can administer that process. I can't speak to the details with that, but I'm happy to follow up on that one with you. But it is an open process for each project for our asset management group to lead.
Okay. But there's no plan to train those individuals. You're looking for them to already be trained, correct?
It really depends. I mean, we could find an individual that has a certain skill set that requires, a certain level of training that we're happy to sponsor and bring that individual on.
Okay. And then my last question is this, and this may be more relevant for Dr. Coons, but looking through his report, he based some of this on a study out of California. I was wondering, did you supply him the 2 to 3 full-time position number for that study you all used? As far as I know, you mentioned kind of talking with the fiscal court and everyone about the revenue projected. Were those 2 to 3 full-time jobs baked into that, or was it just the report he ran using the California data?
I would defer that to Dr. Coons.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hammack. Mr. Wells, do you have some questions? You're on mute, Mr. Wells.
Sorry.
Technology is great and makes our life easier until it doesn't.
You'd think I'd be better at it, but I'm still a little backward, I guess. So on the decommission schedule, it says when there's no more, energy being supplied, I guess, to the grid, then that's when the decommission will begin. Does that mean basically, like, even if there's one solar panel producing power, then they still don't have to start the decommission process? Am I understanding that correct, or is that kind of laid out and I just haven't seen it in the report yet?
The decommissioning commencement depends on a slew of factors. Yes, one of the requirements is that if the project is not producing energy for a consecutive period of 12 months, then it triggers the decommissioning activities. You are correct. If there is a small amount of production that is being produced and applied to the grid, then that does not start that 12-month period. But if there's another factor in play, say the land leases or anything of that sort, that could trigger that.
Okay, and then you have several projects kind of going on in America that I've seen, some that are online. Do you have any statistics at all about how many local people that were hired in those other projects, for construction and for the tech positions? Do you have any kind of data on that?
Absolutely. I don't have it in front of me or off the top of my head, but happy to follow up with you on that one.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all you have, Mr. Wells?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Judge, your turn. If
Well,
you
thank
have
you,
any
Madam Chair.
questions.
Just have a couple questions, Mr. Ike. You or some of your company have made several appearances before the fiscal court. And in discounting the October 2024 where the MOU was not approved, did you experience or can you recall any resistance from the court on any other appearances that you presented to us?
Not to my recollection. There was a motion before the MOU was presented to introduce sorry new applicants, but the New Frontiers project was written out of that to continue the discussions around the MOU. So I didn't see that as a point of resistance.
The original ordinance that we passed was actually in April of 2022. Mm-hmm. Is there anything in that ordinance prior to the new ordinance that passed last month? Is there anything in that ordinance that you feel that you all didn't meet the obligations to?
Not at this time. As I mentioned, our final site plan, as in the record, we've reviewed against that 2022 ordinance, and as I mentioned, the setbacks and the vegetative screening meets or exceeds the provisions that are in that ordinance.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner Stacy?
Yes, thank you. You told us you have a purchase power agreement.
Sir.
Can you give us some of the details of that? Or is that something you're indicating is confidential?
Yeah, Commissioner, that entire agreement is confidential. If you want details, I believe that we can provide those, but we would have to request confidential treatment for them, go into executive session, that type of action.
Okay, we'll talk about that later then. Do you know the cost of the generation of the power? You know what do you know what the actual cost of each unit of power is in
Yeah, that's a provision or a number stated in the PPA, so we can disclose that in our session.
so it's confidential?
Yes, sir.
Well, but you don't know how many landowners are exactly involved right at this moment, correct? I mean, you've stated that 2 or 3 times today.
12 to 14 is what I have on
Yeah,
the top of
but
my head.
you can't give us an exact number. Do you know how many mineral severances there are on all these tracts of property?
Yeah, as I said, we have that severance report. There are a handful of parcels that do have severed minerals.
But you can't give me a figure on that?
Not at this time, no.
Do you know how many wells there are on this property?
So it stated that there were 6, and that is a point of clarification between Mr. Lyons and myself to follow up on whether it's 6 non-producing or 3 producing and 3 non-producing.
So you've got to get that cleared up also, correct?
Yep.
And as of today, you can't tell us whether or not there's going to be certain places where there's going to be runoff onto adjacent property owners, likely without some kind of remediation.
I can tell you that the stormwater pollution prevention plan, it will be in place to prevent any runoff to adjacent parcels.
And so I guess this kind of boils down to a little bit of confusing facts. There are some things that you're very sure of. You're very sure that you have a purchase power agreement. And I would venture to say that you know every detail of that. And you're very sure about the cost of the generation of this power, but that also is confidential. But when it comes to all the details about about the property itself, how many property owners there are, how many property owners that abut up to this project, how the runoff might or might not affect somebody, where underground lines are running or may not run, you can't tell us any of those facts. So you're sure, just a minute. So you're sure about how much power you're going to generate and how much it costs you and how much you're going to sell it for, but you can't tell us all these other most basic facts. I'm just going to say that I'm sure that you know what dicta is. This is all I'm saying right now. So I think some more thought needs to go into this, and because just as I said before, people have driven a long way here today, and they need to understand what they're getting into.
Yeah,
So I think that people deserve to know the answers to some of those questions, not in "I'll get back to you" or "it's about this many." They need to know the exact answer to these questions. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Counsel.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would actually like to address a couple of those in my follow-up questions, because I believe a lot of the questions that you've asked are actually in the record. I think what Mr. Ike is testifying is he doesn't know off the top of his head some of the questions that you've answered. But we are going to try and answer as many of your questions today as possible. If I don't answer the questions in the redirect with Mr. Ike, then please let's revisit them, because we want to get as many of your questions answered today for both them and you as possible. And I think we've got a lot of the answers in the record. It's just, I think it's hard for Mr. Ike to remember everything off the top of his head.
Thank you, Counsel.
Very good.
Thank you. Just to follow up, in the record, 22 parcels secured from 13 landowners. Is that correct? That, as far as you.
To my recollection,
Okay,
yes,
all right.
that's true.
Okay. I just have a couple questions on the asset management team that you were asked about. Are they located in Winchester, Indiana, under the solar installation group? Is that part of EDP?
I'm not aware of that. Our asset management team is at our various office locations, and our asset management lead group is out of our North America headquarters in Houston, which is the office that I work out of. We also have a remote operations control center, so in addition to our on-site operations asset management team members, we also monitor these sites 24/7 from our remote operations control center in Houston.
Okay, so you do monitor 24/7?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had talked about earlier, there would be an 800 number on the construction site. Would that flow anytime into that operations center, or is it just gonna go to you and the other gentleman you mentioned?
So generally, that's, we can leave it open as an open line, but as the project reaches operations, the operations and maintenance crew that is on site, as they will live in the immediate area and be on site, those 2 or 3 individuals that we've discussed, they will be available for questions if people want to go to the on-site O&M building, or they're available to reach via phone and email. That toll-free number generally is terminated after completion of construction, and then we know we have all issues resolved, and the matter of complaints for the project will go to our operations team that's on site.
Okay. The project team, you're the lead project manager, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that you have physically been to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then just to follow up, and this is on the supplemental response to the request, number 80, when you're talking about the panels.
Mhm.
you're longer gonna use the Canadian solar, correct?
That is correct.
And there are 279,000 approximately panels.
Approximately, yes.
Was the change due to the tariff issues in Canada?
No, so the change in the Q-cells panels was primarily a manufacturing supply chain issue. They are, Q-cells is constructing currently a factory that would produce the 685 watt modules that we would have used for this project out of Cartersville, Georgia. That factory is delayed in its construction schedule. It was supposed to be completed sometime last summer, and they're still wrapping up construction activities, so they will not be able to meet the delivery window for those panels. That's why we ultimately had to shift away from Q-cells.
And go to the Elite, correct?
The Elite was a switch from the Canadian solar panels. The Canadian solar panels just came with a delivery issue. To my knowledge, it wasn't based off the tariffs. We had made that decision prior to the election, but it is, to my knowledge, it was supply chain and delivery window meets that Canadian solar could not live by.
And on the Elite, could new tariff issues cause a delay in the project?
We don't anticipate so.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My turn. In order to anticipate and make plans for any potential supply chain issues, are you getting redundant bids, like you mentioned, for the panels for all areas?
We are, and we also over procure the panels. So generally, we have a percentage above what is actually needed for the project that we procure to site, store on site in case of any issues with panels coming broken or anything of that sort.
Okay. I wanted to ask some questions about the motion for deviation and the local ordinances. Are you the best person for that?
Yes.
I'm gonna try not to ask you to reach legal conclusions. I understand you've already let us know that you're not a lawyer, but, so, the 2022 ordinance that was in place already, you have indicated that your company can comply with those without any need for deviation. Is that correct?
The setbacks and vegetative screening meets those requirements.
From the 2022 local
From the
ordinance?
2022 ordinance.
You have done a motion for deviation for the state requirements.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as I understand it, you've asked that any generation equipment be permitted to be 800 feet from the nearest residential neighborhood, that any inverters be permitted to be 1,500 feet from the nearest residential neighborhood,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the substation 350 feet from the nearest neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, of course, the siting board will have to rule on those, on your motion for deviation. The newly enacted local ordinance, as I can tell, looks like it would require and this was in February of 2025, this one was enacted.
Correct.
And when was your application made?
Our application was submitted to the siting board on November 1st and accepted on the 4th of 24.
The new ordinance looks like it would require 1,000 feet from any road or railway or property line of any non-participant. 2,000 feet from any residential building or city limit, or church, or school, or hospital. And that the solar energy system footprint includes any panels and equipment, but not fencing. And so the footprint would have to be that far from every one. If your company did have to comply with the newly enacted ordinance, would it be feasible?
we don't anticipate it to be feasible.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much your company has spent on preparing this application and readying the plans and documentation necessary, hiring contractors, et cetera, for this application?
I don't want to speculate on an exact number, but I would say we're millions into the effort of the overall project.
Okay. So I used to be a member of the General Assembly. We don't always think thoroughly through these things, but the General Assembly in this case enacted first a set of local setbacks. They later enacted a statute that basically allowed home rule for local counties. But the statute also says that the local rule has to be enacted at the time of application. Can you explain to us what that means for someone who's about to develop one of these projects? And that's a pretty vague question. I'll try to do better. How important is it for you to be able to rely on looking at existing statutes before you start investing in existing local ordinances?
It is essential to the project's success. So at the time of application, as noted in the 2022 ordinance, the setbacks were 300 feet from those sensitive resources, neighboring residences, churches, hospitals, et cetera. And it was 50 feet from public road right-of-ways, rail lines, and non-participating adjacent property lines. We had taken that into consideration in the design efforts of our project. And when we were pursuing the memorandum of understanding that was mentioned earlier, we had taken the provisions of that ordinance and applied it to our site design so that we were either meeting or exceeding the 2022 design parameters. At the time when we were ready to submit this state siting board application, so that we were assured at the county level we could meet those requirements before we submitted this application.
Thank you for that. Has your company got existing siting board approval to build other similar facilities in the state of Kentucky?
This would be the first facility for EDP Renewables North America.
So you personally haven't been here before the PSC or come on behalf of your company?
First time.
I will tell you.
Well, then we'll come back.
I will tell you that in general at these hearings, folks have a lot of questions about multiple levels of corporate structure and who owns assets and who employs the people. In this case, there's even an international organization. Who ultimately, which corporate entity will be responsible to the public, the people of Breckinridge County, for making sure that all the mitigation measures are met and the decommissioning plan is met? Is it the same entity?
That will be EDP Renewables North America, the company that I work for.
And that's the one that will have a website with a phone number and local signage with the phone numbers.
Correct.
So there's someone they can call that will have answers to their questions.
Yes.
If they have issues.
And did you say earlier too, there would be a site team that will be there during the whole time of construction?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, on the ground.
Yes, EDP RNA employees.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any follow-up from other commissioners?
I guess you can assure everyone that, what's the name of the company you work for?
EDP Renewables North America.
I guess you can assure everyone here that your company won't transfer your interest in this project to any other corporation during the lifetime of this project too, so that you'll still always be answerable to these people. The answer to that is no.
Well, I think they'd have to have air approval to transfer.
Yeah.
And
That's
they'd
correct.
have to file an
Yeah.
application. Any follow-up, Ms. Carr? Oh, did you have one, Judge? I'm sorry.
No, I don't, I'm sorry,
Okay.
ma'am.
And Ms. Carr, did you have a follow-up?
Follow-up here.
And then I'll allow redirect. I know we're past a bathroom break, but if
I
people.
believe I just have one question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
redirect one question.
I believe that you may have misspoken in the beginning, Mr. Ike. There was a question from Ms. Cook about the acreage that's within the fence line. I believe you indicated that that's 1,100 acres. Is that correct? Is it the 1,100 acres that's within the fence, or the 890 that's within the fence?
It's the 1,100.
Okay,
The 890 is the panel coverage area.
okay. I believe, Madam Chair, that that's it. I'd like to be able to recall this witness at the end, if possible, if there's any questions we don't get answered.
I generally don't let the lead witness leave until everybody's testified for that reason. And I realized I forgot to go back to my online participants to see if they had follow-ups. Nope.
No,
All
ma'am.
right. All right.
Somebody spoke.
He said no. Yeah, he, as I understood it, Deputy Secretary Lyons said he did not. So we'll take a break, 15-minute break, and then we'll come back with your next witness. I will let everybody know for planning purposes today that we would take lunch from 1 to 2 today, or maybe about 12:45. I have something that I have to do from 1 to 2. But we'll kind of see where we're at that point. And if we think this is going to take too long, or that we haven't gotten through very many witnesses by 1 o'clock, I may ask one of my fellow commissioners to chair while I'm out for that 1 hour. But if not, we'll call that our lunch break.
Okay, that sounds good, and I think Mr. Ike has the vast majority of the issues to address, so the others should move a little quicker.
Never
I believe.
can tell.
We'll see, but
Yeah.
depends on how much Chad talks, I guess.
Yeah, so let's take a 15-minute, just sort of general break, and be back here, and we'll try to be as prompt as possible at 12:55.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Chair.
on the record in case number 2024-00253, and for a short break. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Yes, we'd like to call Rich Kirkland. He's got another hearing this evening, so we're going to try and keep him moving along.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Richard Charles Kirkland Jr., 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27603.
Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkland, can you tell me who you work for and what is your role there?
Kirkland Appraisals, LLC, that's my company, and I'm an appraiser and the boss and everything else.
And what was your role in the preparation of materials for this application?
I completed a property value impact study.
Is there any changes, amendments, or updates to the information that you filed into the record that you'd like to make the board aware of today?
I did provide a supplement to the, is it part of the record now as well?
It is, yes.
Then no, that is complete.
And I'll turn to the witness for further question.
Mr. Kirkland, you did, on March 3rd, you did provide an addendum to the property value impact assessment that you originally submitted with the application. Can you describe to the citing board what additional information you looked at in your supplemental report?
Sure. The reason I suggest doing that is because I was already doing some other research in Kentucky and some adjoining states after I'd completed the first one. Since the hearing was coming up, I wanted to make sure the board had the most complete and current information I had. It includes some additional sales data that was not in the first one, but also it sort of presents some of that information a little differently at the end. In the original report, I mixed together matched pair analysis and sale-resale analysis. Sale-resale analysis is a type, it's a subtype of matched pair analysis, but they're all blended together in the original. In the new supplement, I just break that out and show these are the sale-resale analysis, and then I also later show the matched pair analysis separately.
How many additional property values or property residences did you look at, or additional sales?
Off the top of my head, I want to say I had about 44 data points in the first one, and in the second one I have about 63.
And so when is the most recent sale that you looked at and provided an analysis on?
I am not sure about that, but I could answer that pretty quick, I think. Looks like the most recent matched pair data would have been from May 2024. The most recent sale-resale analysis would have been from, looks like it would have been 2022.
Let's look at the 2024 one. Describe to the citing board a little bit about that analysis, what you looked at, and what the overall conclusion from that particular property showed.
Let me back up and pull that up. That was actually a sale in Virginia. Would you rather me talk about one that was in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, please, yes.
Okay, let me figure out what the most recent one in Kentucky was. All right, let's jump to Logan County. So on page 25 of that supplemental is where I was pulling that data from. That's Logan County Solar in Russellville. That's a 173 megawatt facility. It was recently built. Again, we looked at a number of sales that you can see listed on there that happened during the construction process and after approval. And we looked at a number of those right there. But again, this is during construction as opposed to complete after construction. Did you want me to give you a different example to look at?
What's the most recent one you have for after sale construction? After the project has been completed?
I don't really have them organized exactly in order, so I can look for them, but it'll be in the 2022 range if we're looking in Kentucky, I believe. But if I just back up and look at some of the data that wasn't before, if I look at, say, Turkey Creek in Garrard County. We've got a number of homes there that we looked at. Specifically, I would point to, there's one at the page, bottom of page 19. You can see where we looked at a number of lot sales that happened out there with new construction going on out there. We found no impact on the lot sales. But even looking at home sales, there was a sale at 166 Long Branch Drive. That one it sold in 2020, and this is a sale resale analysis. And the reason I like the sale resale analysis and try to highlight those initially in this study is that there's no appraiser judgment involved in these. This is strictly the sale of a home before the solar farm was built and the sale of that exact same home after the solar farm was built. And we just compare the appreciation over time to the FHFA, Federal Housing Finance Agency House Price Index. So we use the FHFA, HPI. Has nothing to do with appraiser judgment. It's just this is what happens in that county, that metropolitan statistical area. We compare those, and so it sold for $160,000 before the solar farm was built. It sold again for $180,000 after the solar farm was built, and that was over again about a 2-year period. When we adjust that based over that 2-year period, it should have appreciated to about $181,000 just using statistics. So it's right at the same exact sales price. So we would use that as an identifier for showing no impact on property value. And that home was 250 feet from the nearest solar panel.
Again, did your ultimate conclusion change after you submitted this report?
No, it did not.
What have you found over, you said your appraisal business has been open for 15 years?
No, I've been in business for about 22 years.
22 years. What have you found what causes a solar farm, the proximity, what causes a solar farm to actually impact negatively a property value?
Well, again, the research we've done, we're showing that we're not finding negative impacts from solar projects where we see setbacks and landscaping screening. Now, we do property value impact analysis, like the other hearing I'm trying to get to this evening is not about solar, it's about a landscaping business. We do this for a lot of different things. And when we do find impacts, they are generally following certain categories. And I know we talked about this some in the report, but you know, you're looking at hazardous materials, anything that get in the air, the water, or the soil. That would be a major potential source to explain where the impacts are coming from. And solar just doesn't have that characteristic. After that comes odor. Odor can definitely cause a significant negative impact, and again, solar just doesn't have that characteristic. Then we have noise and traffic and stigma, and we come down to the lowest possible, you know, when we find it, appearance is the one category that we do talk about with solar. It's a potential thing we're looking at. If we found an impact, we would attribute it to appearance, because the number one thing you hear opponents say is we don't want to see it. But appearance is addressed through setbacks and through landscape screening. And again, the sales data we're showing is showing plus or minus 5% on the aggregate we find is about a plus 1% for being next to a solar farm. Again, we don't consider a plus 1% to be an enhancement. We just think that's normal market deviation. So when we see a plus 1%, we don't say that solar farm's enhancing, we just think it's having no impact. But we believe it's not having an impact due to those setbacks and landscape screenings that we're seeing.
No further question, Chair.
Okay, so Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have any questions?
No questions for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Hammock?
No questions for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wells, do you have any questions for this witness? I'll come back to you, Mr. Wells, just in case we've lost you for a second. I think we still have you, just maybe not camera, but let someone know if you're having issues. Okay, Judge, do you have any questions?
I do, Madam Chair. Have you seen any areas where solar has really affected the price of the property as the resale comes up?
We have examples that we find where we have when we've looked at these, we've looked at over, I think we've looked at about 1,200 or so of these solar projects so far. We've found examples where we have found negative impacts. We've also found, and when I say negative impacts, I mean something greater than a -5%. Plus or minus 5% we consider to be normal market deviation. But out of the, say, 200 items we have, data points we have on this, we've got around 5 to 7 data points that show a negative impact. But we also have about 20 that show positive impacts. So we kind of have a spread, and that's just, we consider that just to be sort of market outliers. Because there's no real consistency, whereas we see, well, on those, they were really close, or they have different landscaping. It's really not consistent in that data. We've looked at the size of projects to see if that had any influence on things, and we're not finding any variation in the data from that.
And the setback requirements, does that have do you think it has an immediate effect on resale?
I mean, the setback requirements themselves don't have an effect on resale. I think that just the actual, whatever the actual setback that's in place has to do with that. But again, we have data points as close as a brand new construction, homes being built 100 feet from the nearest solar panel. And that's actually a project, I've got a project that's very close to my home that I can go by and look at, and I've been watching it as they sold it out. But we watched them develop the subdivision in the first place. The solar farm was there first. The subdivision, they sold the land to the developer with no impact on the property value there. The lots were developed, and then the lots were sold to builders. All of the lots sold for the same prices, even the ones that backed up to the solar versus the ones that didn't. And then the finished homes, the most expensive home in the neighborhood is actually the closest home to the panels. So again, we're not seeing any impact on property value. And even with that distance, I believe that the exact distance I measured was 105 feet from the nearest point of that house to the nearest panel. The only landscaping screen was about a 3-foot tall bush.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Sure, thanks. Mr. Wells, I can see you again. Did you have any questions for this witness?
Unmute, all right. Yes, so sorry, I had to step out there for a second. The main thing are any of those property values affected by, the solar panel, the solar company maybe buying more property to expand their project or anything like that? Or is it pretty much just home values? That's all that we're talking about here? Or is there like actual land values included in that? Or, say all this farmland that's around this project, do we have any kind of studies about whether or not, they have trouble selling that farmland to other farmers? Maybe they're a little leery about farming around that or anything like that. That's my only question.
We do have examples. I don't actually have them in this report, but we have looked at farmland sales. Farmland sales are a little bit trickier because of the soils mix and things that when I do comparisons. But the sales data that we do have tracked, and it's mostly in North Carolina, we don't see any impact on property value in that regard. And I could point you to, there is a university study out of Georgia Tech, I believe, that's in here that specifically addresses farmland values. They studied farmland values, I want to say in North Carolina and Virginia, but maybe just North Carolina. And they actually found a mild uptick in value for the agricultural values but that uptick was limited to only farms that were on the same power line, on the same power grid, because their hypothesis is there's a perception that there's additional uses that land could be put to in the future beyond just farming.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wells? Okay. Mr. Stacy?
You indicated that with your studies that you have found instances of positive and negative impacts.
Correct.
Can you, I guess those are kind of specific to individual sites for some specific thing, I guess. Can you give us some examples of both of those?
Let me see what I've got in here, because I have some in the study that I could point to. For example, Bellflower. This is one in Indiana. We found a 12% enhancement for being next to a solar farm.
Do you know why that was?
Again, we attribute it to just market participants. We just see it as an anomaly. We don't think that there was an actual enhancement. But when you do these paired analysis, you're going to find that people buy and sell real estate. If you have, and we talk about this as part of the whole plus or minus 5% we talk about all the time as standard sort of market variation. But in rural settings, that plus or minus 5% really is too low. When you look in an agricultural area, the homes are not homogeneous by any stretch. You know, you're gonna have homes that are significantly larger, significantly newer, right next to homes that are 100 years old. And so when you're starting to say, well, also, and then you have homes that, this home is on 1 acre, this one's on 5, this one's on 50, or this one's, you know, we've got a lot more variables than you do if you're in, say, a more suburban area. When you're in a rural setting, you're gonna find a lot more variation. Even if you were just to appraise that farm and have your appraiser go out there, if you look at if you have your home appraised, you look and see the 3 or 4 comps that the appraiser compares to your house, you'll see that they have a plus or minus much greater than 5%, even within that one report, and you don't have a solar or anything next to you. So it's really common, and in rural settings, that variation becomes much more pronounced, typically. So we would just attribute it to that, the fact that rural settings do make it harder to find matched pairs to compare to things, and that's just a factor of when you're looking at those home sales, there's just the likelihood of there being something that is in that same area, having similar characteristics, becomes lower. That's the other reason why a sale-resale analysis is preferred, because the sale-resale analysis eliminates those issues and isolates those differences to just time. And the other interesting point we found by separating out sale, resale versus matched pair is that the spread, we still have a strong spread, but the spread skews more to the positive. So when we remove the appraiser judgment, we remove some of those variables.
Do you know why that is?
Again, we're just, for now, I'm just saying that I think that's just the variation in these places. I think that they are highly desirable. The most likely reason is that there is some slight positive impact perceptions, but the range I've got is too small for me to make that as something I'm gonna put like judgment on now. But it is leaning in that direction when the data is going that direction. But the number one thing people say when they buy next to a solar farm is they enjoy the privacy that it's going to afford. They know that there won't be anything unusual happening back there for the next 40 years. There won't be a new subdivision. Nobody's going to put a trailer back there. You don't have to worry about a number of agriculture uses that are maybe not as desirable as what is there now. I mean, just because something is in pasture at the moment or row crops or whatever it is, it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. And there could be some, you know, animal operations there that maybe you would prefer weren't there, but are allowed by right.
So when you do these studies, do you go out and actually talk to people and say, hey, why did this affect your feeling about this, and did or positively or negatively, or you just look at the numbers and?
Well, we reach out when we do these, we always reach out, I should say, when we are able to, we reach out to brokers. I'm not always able to identify the broker involved in a sale. But on page 78 of the supplement, you can see a breakdown of all the brokers that I've talked to about this, who did return my call and explain things, what they said. And most of my comments come through the brokers. The brokers tell me what their buyer or what their seller, what their thought process was. And again, we've got a list of 14 brokers that specifically sold homes next to solar projects. And they identified, of those 14, 13 said the solar had no impact whatsoever. One of them is really interesting. She's out of Virginia. She actually confirmed 2 of them. One, she said it had no impact, and one she said did have an impact. But when we talked about what was the impact, she said, well, it sold during construction, and that the roads were being tore up really badly in that process. I asked her if, you know, they fixed the roads at the end of the project, would it fix the problem? She said, almost certainly. So again, she saw an impact during construction, specifically because the roads were in bad shape at that time.
When you did the study of the places that maybe there was a negative impact, was there something about that particular project that caused a negative impact beyond just the construction?
No, again, there's no specific incidents that, and again, we don't consider this to be a problem at all. Like, seeing outliers makes sense in the data set. When we have roughly somewhere in the tune of 5% of the data showing something outside the scope on the negative side, and we have about 8 to 10% on the positive side outside of that range. When we put this all together, if you were looking at like a target and everyone's shooting at the center, almost all the data points are clustering right around 0. And we have some scattered shots all around. And that's just what I believe that is. That's, if all the data showed one thing, I think that would be a problem.
So you basically don't find much of an impact on the sale and economically.
We have not seen a lot of data on that. And that's not to say that you couldn't design one that would cause problems, but as they're
Well,
designing them, I think.
Let's say if you could, what design effects, what kind of design problems would there be that would cause a problem?
Well, again, I don't know that would cause a problem, but I have declined to finish a report like this for a client where they had multiple homes 50 feet away from solar panels. I thought that was too close. Now, do I have data that shows that? I do not. But for me personally, I thought that was too close.
And I don't know that this has any, if this is relevant in this case, but I would imagine if you're close to a substation or something that creates noise or, you know, I would think that might cause a little problem, and I don't know if you found any instances that did
We've
happen.
looked, sorry, are you?
I was just asking a question, if you found any instances that did cause a problem somewhere.
We have looked at substations before, not as extensively as this, but we haven't found any significant impacts from substations. Substations are harder to screen than solar because they're typically much taller. What there is typically landscaping screening around them, but the setbacks are going to be similar. When I say we don't see impacts, we're talking 300 some feet, separation. I could show you examples where their homes are much closer than that, but I don't really know the data behind those. Again, when you've got distances in that 300-foot range, we don't see impact.
Typically, substations don't make much noise like maybe a crypto mining operation would, anyway.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question. From your experience where you live in your subdivision, being so closer to solar.
Well, again, I did not mean to suggest that we were super close. It's one I have to drive to get to.
Right, but do you see your energy costs lower?
Well, I'm a bad example. I have solar panels personally in my yard.
Okay.
So, yes, but, again, no, again, in our area, the power's regulated by the state and, well, through due progress and.
Okay, I just wondered if the fluctuation in a positive manner would be from people thinking that their energy costs may be lower by that solar.
Again, that might be part of a perception, but I don't believe that's necessarily what's happening with the power grid.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Could I ask one?
Of course.
You mentioned Gary County, Kentucky. That project I know has been online for probably several years now, 2 or 3 years anyway. Can you go over the data again on Garrett County? You mentioned Logan and Garrett, but I know I'm familiar with the Garrett County.
Yeah, and I can point you to the page if you've got it, so you can see the maps and the pictures that are in there.
I'm not sure.
It's on page.
I think I left it at home.
So it's on page 18. You can have my copy if you'd like. Yeah, we looked at a home on Long Branch Drive. I'm not sure how best to orient you on any of this if you're familiar with that, but we just compared that to some similar homes nearby. We also looked at a home sale on Stanford Road, sold in June of 2023. It was really hard to do anything with that. That was a really unique property, so we noted it, but we didn't do any comps on that. This would be an example of, a really old home on 200 acres of land, and there was no way to compare that to something else.
Okay.
But we looked at a home sale on Ashlock Drive, 239 Ashlock Drive, sold in June 2024. That's a $329,000 home, and let's see. We compared that to some things nearby, but that's, again, we had looked at Marywood Development, purchased 15 lots on Elmwood Court near that, and they were building and selling. So again, the developer and the builder bought all the lots for $50,000 per lot, regardless of where the lots were located, and again, building and selling homes out there now.
So the project, in your opinion, you don't think the project has had any adverse impact on the property values? It doesn't sound like it.
No, I mean, we're seeing a lot of activity out there also with new home construction, so. Great.
Page 18, you referenced, and you can look at that on there. Any more questions right now, or we can come back to you?
And if you flip over to page 21, you can see just a zoom in where those new lots are,
That's
and homes are being
18, so
built.
you could just arrow down to page 21. Or use the arrows.
It just gives you a sort of an idea of how close those new homes will be to those panels.
Just use the arrows to go down. Yeah,
This
just
is-
use
you
the-
have a different one than I have. Sorry, you want to help?
I'll do it for you, yeah.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. It's just different computers. Page 21, you said?
Yeah, that's just zooms into that one corner of the project, and you can see on page 20 a picture of one of the houses that's being built.
So
And you can see the panels,
20 was the picture he mentioned.
Okay, yeah.
The-
And then,
the picture on page 20, you can see in the background behind that house, you can see the panels on the hill.
Wonder how close they actually were.
I've got that somewhere here, let's see. It looks like the closest one I measured is about 600 feet.
Okay.
okay. Any more questions, Judge?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
And were you finished, Judge? I just have a few. Welcome back. We've seen you here before. You said that you do assessments like this, not just for solar facilities, you do other types. Have you done other types of energy generation?
Yes, I was here last month for the rice plant,
Okay.
natural gas.
And I remember that testimony. In general, do you think that solar siting is less objectionable and less harmful than other types of generation?
Again, when you consider coal or natural gas, there are some other factors that like when we talk about that hierarchy of potential impacts, then we do start having people being concerned a bit more about some of that hazardous material getting in the air and things of that nature. So there's other triggers. The other part with that is those facilities are much taller. I mean, so the visibility impacts on those are much bigger, and even when you can see the stacks, even if you don't see things coming out of the stacks, people see the smokestacks.
Yeah, potential noise, smells.
There's a lot of other things with that. So again, for example, we did do a sale-resale analysis of a home near the E.B. Brown coal plant out there. But we, you know, by itself, I wouldn't rely heavily on it, but it does work in well. At best, that sale-resale, it accounts for the coal plant in both the before and the after. The same, that's the only reason why you can do a sale-resale and not a matched pair. But at best, it says a solar farm doesn't impact a home if the home is also near a coal plant. So again, that's not strong data.
And you've done analyses like these in various states. And it may be hard to quantify, but can you tell a difference in value attached to any sort of political views in general in a state, or stigma attached? Like there's red states and there's blue states, and some states have energy mandates that we're going green by a certain date. Some states that, like Kentucky, some states like Kentucky have requirements that protect coal plants from going into business, and not a green energy mandate. Are you able to tell from your experience in various states whether property values are affected by local opinion of solar?
Again, all I can tell you is the numbers. Again, I won't pretend to understand the politics and all these jurisdictions, because even if you're in a red state, that doesn't mean you're in a red area.
True.
So, you know, what I will say is that when there's opposition to a project, I've seen opposition from the left and the right, for very different reasons. I just don't really dig into that. I don't really, again, I just want to crunch the numbers and look and see what the sales data is doing. So I don't have anything other than I can share that I have seen, you know, political views come up.
Okay. You said that you had declined to participate, you had declined to take the case for someone who was building solar arrays that were 50 feet from local property.
It was not just like one small example, it was a lot of houses, and I told them they need to move it. And typically with my clients, if I see a problem like that, I tell them, you know, I need you to make these changes. Most of my clients will make those changes. If I see something that needs to be modified, they want that data, because I'm not.
Because you think it would affect home values?
Well, I think it potentially could affect home values. I don't have any data that shows that. But at the same time, there has to be a point that's too close. I have data that shows 100 feet is okay. I don't have anything closer than 100 feet, so 100 feet is a really good place for me to stop that.
Does declining to do projects like that affect the data?
Again.
I mean, I guess someone did. and
Somebody,
that
somebody
data
else,
was-
I actually saw the testimony of the appraiser who did that research, because I happened to be there in that jurisdiction, and he just copied my work and said it was fine, but, again, but they, but at the same time, they got denied because the board didn't believe it. So again, that project later got built with them removing that whole section, and then it made sense. So again, most of my clients will listen to my advice, not because I'm the law on this or anything, or I'm telling people, I'm reflecting what the market's already saying. And when I tell my clients this, I'm telling them information the market's telling them. It's not me, I'm just reflecting the information.
Yeah, okay. Follow-ups from,
That's it.
redirect?
No, Chair, thank you.
All right, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Sir, you may take off for your next appointment.
Thank you so much. My son with COVID really appreciates it, because he would have to do it if I didn't.
I've got a 12:45 stop. It's 12:30. Do we think we've got a witness that we could do in 15 minutes? Or get pretty close on?
We could try and get Professor Coons through in 15 minutes.
If we have to interrupt, we will. We'll take a break, but I do have that 1 o'clock commitment, so.
Okay.
Yes, Professor? You know the routine.
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Paul Coons, 3604 Trail Ridge Road, Louisville, 40241.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you. Professor Coons, can you tell us your employer and title?
So I'm self-employed, emeritus professor of economics, University of Louisville, and so this is consulting for me the last few years.
Okay. Is there anything excuse me, first of all, let me ask you, what was your role in preparing materials for this application?
So as with many of these solar projects, I've done a regional economic impact analysis and also looked at some of the fiscal impacts of the solar project.
Is there anything in the record that you'd like to amend, update, or change at this time?
No, sir.
With that, I'll turn to the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Todd. Just a couple questions. Mr. Coons, what was your ultimate conclusion as far as the economic impact that this project would have on Breckenridge County?
So there's 4 or 5 factors here, and in the end, I've sort of added them up because there's some positive and some negative. The net effect is certainly positive. It will be several hundred jobs, including construction, operations, and then some spin-off impacts from the lease payments. On the negative side, you're taking up to 1,100 acres of agriculture, of land out of agricultural production, and that has some negative spin-off impacts at suppliers in Breckenridge County. But when you put them all together, the net impacts are certainly positive and substantial, several hundred job years, and I think I remember maybe about $17 million in labor income that would be new to the county.
Have you found, I know there's been testimony, there's not gonna be, well, they're in negotiations as far as an IRB or a pilot program. Overall, from the reports that you've done, is it beneficial for counties to enter into those IRBs or pilot programs for the county?
It seems like it's a project-by-project decision. I'm no expert on which way to go. In this case, I don't believe there is an IRB.
No, there's not.
Okay,
No.
yeah.
I'm just talking about from general, from what you've seen, are pilot programs beneficial to the local counties?
Well, the pilot is a mitigation measure,
Yeah,
right?
mitigation.
So if you enter into an IRB, the property and the equipment is owned then by the county that issues the IRB. So they would be exempt from property taxes. So they usually try to make the schools whole and maybe other parties whole with the payment in lieu of taxes. So that kind of balances that out. The advantage to the developer is they might be able to get a cheaper financing rate by going through a local government issuing the bonds instead of a corporate bond. So that's the trade-off, and I guess it's just up to the developer which way they want to go, and whether the county's interested in helping them out on the financing.
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Deputy Secretary Lyons?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And this is your territory, Mr. Hammock. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. It's good to see you again, Dr. Coons. I just have two questions. The first one is, I see in your report that the company provided you the property tax projections for your analysis. Did they provide you the numbers for the jobs or the wages associated with the project as well?
No, so there was a projection of the property tax flows that would go to the different jurisdictions based upon their evaluation of the taxable value of the equipment and the land. And that's all I received from them. The jobs and the payroll, that came from me, and obviously I had to make estimates of that because no one knows in advance how many construction jobs are gonna be. There's contractors and subcontractors, and I just don't have access to that kind of accounting data. So as you pointed out earlier, I relied upon that, I think, very comprehensive California study from about 15 years ago that looked at about 6 large solar projects in California, and they did have accounting information on the construction employment, the payrolls, and also the operations jobs and payroll. It's the best thing I've seen in the literature. If someone sees something better, please let me know. I Google and look around regularly, and generally what I find is you'll see these sort of advocacy studies that are almost assuming the answer, and also you'll see studies that sort of they're projecting something without a basis. So this is the most solid thing I've been able to find in the literature, is that California, it's the University of California, Berkeley study.
Great. Kind of a side question, just for general knowledge. Do companies ever provide you with their wage data or job data beforehand? And if they did, could you project based off that, or is that not feasible?
I think in the 8 or 10 studies I've done, there may have been one company that gave me some sort of manpower projection by occupation, and I would use that if I had it, but that's very rare for a company to give me that. It may be actually beyond the scope of what you all need, in that you're looking for a measure of whether this is negative or positive to the regional economy, and you probably don't need that much detail and go to that much expense if we're finding relatively strong positive impacts. I've never seen one where you could argue that it's a negative economic impact in the ones I've looked at.
Great. That's all my questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells? Do you have questions for this witness?
Just two as well.
Mhm.
So we're talking about local impacts a lot. At least that's my frame of reference in Breckenridge County. So our farmers definitely are local, and I think they have some kind of interest in this as well. Was there any kind of data from the California studies? Did they have an ordinance in place that the companies had to hire a certain percentage of local workers? It's different if you have a bunch of out-of-town workers, coming in to work and making that money. Yes, they spend money there and all that's good. But, they're probably not paying, local taxes except on sales tax versus, the impact that farmers maybe would have. Again, we're talking about a really rural area. So I know there's definitely positive economic impact, but is there any kind of comparison? I don't know if I'm making sense there, between the local rural people that are going to be there for a long time versus the 12 to 18 months of construction workers that were not positive whether they're going to be in town or out of town. Yeah. And was there a local ordinance in California kind of saying who they had to hire?
I don't believe that was part of the California study, which quite extensive study, but I don't believe they looked at where the labor pool came from. In this case, as with most of these, I suspect that the operations jobs will need to be local people who live close by, right? Because they have to be able to go out and repair equipment, and some of it will probably be pretty high skilled in the sense that you need to be an electrician. Construction is a different matter, I guess. Kentucky, in the last time I looked at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Kentucky still did not have an entry for the occupation called solar installer. It's not in the database, so maybe over the next few years, as we get more projects online, we'll develop a workforce that can do that. So that means that, I'm just speculating here, that for construction phase, you're more likely to see jobs in things that you can do locally, which would be, you know, concrete, landscaping, fencing, those kind of things. You can find the labor locally, but as far as the higher end, you could find some electricians too, probably, although Breckinridge County is not a highly populated county. I believe it only has 20,000 residents, so.
We have a lot of electricians, though.
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right. And Judge?
Quick question, you did state that all the studies that you've done shows a positive end result. Is that correct, Professor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to clarify and make sure I heard that right, so that's all, Madam Chair.
All right. Commissioner Sexton?
Professor, what was the total positive economic impact of this project that you found?
So if you look
The
out
dollar,
over,
the dollar figure.
over 3 decades, it worked out, I'm gonna round these numbers, it's 450 job years, I believe.
Mhm.
So, and then about 17 or $18 million in labor income. Those are the bottom line numbers, even accounting for the lost agricultural activity.
And so of that 17 to 18 million dollars, how much of that was right up front in the construction phase?
Oh, most of it, most of it.
How much is most?
Well,
15 million?
okay, so in my executive summary, the first page, the construction is 17.7 million, so that's the majority of it. And then, so and on the second page, where I've added in the operations jobs and the effect of the lease payments and subtracted out the lost agriculture activity, it's actually 29.9 million. So it's about 30 million total over 3 decades, of which construction is 17.7 million.
So there's about another 14 million or something.
Yes.
Scattered out over 30 years or something. Correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And so none of this study indicated whether or not any of these construction jobs were going to be local people.
No.
And we don't know if any of the companies that will be performing the activities were going to be local companies. So it's hard to really nail down whether or not this is going to be a big impact in the construction phase to this community, except you hope somebody is there during the day and they spend some money while they're there. Exactly. Is that pretty much what it amounts to?
I see where you're going now, and I didn't look into that, but in almost all federal statistical agencies, jobs and payroll are counted on a place of work basis. So if the activity occurs in Breckinridge County, and they're working in Breckinridge County, the federal government counts those jobs and payroll as being in Breckinridge County, whether or not they live there or not. So that's a technical problem, and I don't know.
I don't know if I quote the federal government or not.
They actually do a pretty good job with economic statistics.
Well, but we don't know whether this money's gonna be spent in that county for real. And I'm not for sure, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So, I mean,
it's a fraction.
Yeah, so I guess the only point I'm trying to make with that questioning is that I don't wanna try to oversell the economic impact to this community. It's, you and I and everybody else agree here probably, that it's probably gonna be a positive impact to the community, correct?
No question.
But I'm just saying, let's just not try to oversell it because you know, because we don't know about the impact of it during the construction phase because of a lot of unknown, factors, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
One thing you do know that we haven't discussed here, that does affect the county are the property taxes. So you take a project this large, it's gonna generate hundreds of, well over $100,000 a year just for local jurisdictions in new property taxes. The agricultural activity does not generate much in the way of property taxes, so it will be, that money's not going anywhere but to Breckenridge County.
But that was figured into your future income into the county though, wasn't it?
That's the annual,
Yeah.
over the several decades,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Okay.
But my point is, that money certainly sticks to Breckenridge County.
Well, I mean, I agree with your overall assessment. I just want to make it clear that maybe we're not sure that it's going to be as big as it is because we really don't know.
That's fair.
Okay.
In Kentucky, the siting board has approved a lot more sites for solar facilities than have been actually built. But we do have some that have been actually built. Do we have specific numbers from those counties where the solar operations are now functioning? And most of them are pretty new, but just wondering if we have actual data.
So, let me see if I understand your question. You're saying for one, like for example, Logan and Girard counties, do we have after the fact? Yeah. So I haven't looked at it. The problem would be distinguishing the growth in the county, how much of it is attributed to that.
Right.
And without accounting data from the companies, you just don't know. It could be something else in the county that the county may lose jobs because a factory closed, you know, it's complicated.
You can tell how much property tax they paid or how much they paid in the pilot projects. Like how much these companies actually paid. I don't know if that's something you go back and look at.
I'd be happy to, but no one's asked me to do
Yeah.
that.
But I mean, my point is just that it has been very speculative. But we're getting surely soon to the point that we will have actual data, at least in some counties, to see whether that was followed through. And I just wondered if you had seen it yet.
I've not looked at it. I mean, it would be something that would be beneficial to the Public Service Commission to know. It's probably the developers don't have an incentive to pay somebody like me to go, you know, put all that together.
Yeah.
I'm not sure institutionally how you make that happen, but it might be time for a review of the projects.
Maybe university grant or something.
I think
Well,
a guy with a football or basketball team is going to play in the next couple of days could wear a red tie today. And maybe that would be an incentive.
I think the U of L game started at 12:15. Thank God for DVRs.
Nicole she's prepared for that game.
Dr. Combs, nice to see you. I'm wondering if that study is being tracked in economic development, in that group,
You
through
mean
the
at the
state, at the state level. And I was just asking Jansa, maybe do you know if there's any study?
No, as far as you're referring to the property taxes, those numbers from Gary County and Logan County?
Well, just, you know, as the chair said, not a lot has been built yet, but of the ones that have been built, you know, are we tracking the economic impact?
So we have tried, and
Okay.
it's similar to kind of a point Dr. Coombs made earlier on, with a lot of these data are kind of by what we call occupational codes.
Yeah.
So we would need the occupational code for these operators to be able to actually tell the impact of that project. And as of yet, Kentucky does not actually have a way to track it. The federal government would have to start collecting that data, and they don't yet. And so
Okay.
we actually, at the state level, can't access it either.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, I just thought of something else just from a methodological point of view. The unemployment insurance system actually has the information by worker.
Yeah, they do.
And they've got social security numbers, they know their wages by quarter. Now, I don't have access to that because it's proprietary, because it's individual, but I have been involved in research projects with University of Kentucky jointly, and they would deputize us to look at that data, and you could track what happened quarter by quarter, and you could see wage bumps, and it would be one way to verify, for example, how much construction workers were making, which right now, we're basing it on a lot of assumptions. I don't think it's gonna change the bottom line. If all you have to do is show a positive impact, you're still gonna find a positive impact, but it would allow you to quantify it much sharper than we can today.
And Mr. Dutton, I'll let you do redirect. I have to step out.
I thought I had a question, but I don't.
Oh, okay. If there's no follow-up then, I'll see everybody back maybe 5 minutes after 2.
We'll be done before then.
We're gonna take a break for lunch, right?
Yeah, we're breaking.
Is breaking for lunch okay?
Breaking for lunch.
Yeah, or to
Certainly.
watch the game?
Yeah.
Probably
But
halftime.
yeah, about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We are back on the record, and let me have 1 second here. My computer's doing something weird. Commissioner Regan had another obligation, so she won't be joining us for the last part of this hearing. But I think that we are ready for you to call your next witness.
Great, our next witness is Chad Martin.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Tell us your full name and your business address, please.
Chad Anthony Martin, 1455 Meadowbridge Drive, Greenwood, Arkansas.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, who do you work for?
Stantec Consulting Services.
And what is your title there?
I'm a senior principal.
And what was your role in preparing materials for this application?
So our company prepared several of the studies, environmental studies.
Is there anything in the application materials at this time that you would like to update, modify, or clarify?
Yes, I want to update for the record the amount of acres within the fence line is 890 acres.
Is that in the application somewhere itself?
It is somewhere in this application, yes.
Okay, thank you. Run through a couple of questions that came up earlier. There was a question by Deputy Secretary Lyons about the oil and gas wells. There were 6 of them. Let me just ask you, do you know the location of those 6 wells?
We do know the location. There is a figure, and I think it's response number 1 or 2, question 52. It has a map showing the 6 locations. They're all outside of the fence line.
Okay, and so since they're outside the fence line, producing or non-producing, that shouldn't impact the infrastructure that's going to be placed for the project, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. There was a question about the decommissioning plan and whether or not there were going to be any changes. Did you or your organization author the decommissioning plan?
We did author it.
Do you know if there is any plans to have changes or amendments to the decommissioning plan?
Usually the decommissioning plan is updated with final construction-ready plans. Basically, it'll get tweaked. It usually doesn't mean it could go up or down slightly, but it will get updated prior to construction.
Okay, and so what kind of things would impact that? For instance, would the change in the panel supplier impact that?
Potentially, there could be a change in the number of total panels. There could be change in linear feet of the MV cabling. Again, these are probably going to be slight changes, and the monetary difference will be slight.
Okay, thank you. My last line of questioning for you is about the excavation and runoff. So we've already discussed that we don't know sort of the full extent of excavation, but can you speak to the excavation that will happen and how the runoff from that excavation will be controlled?
Sure, I think this came from Mr. Stacy. 2 types of excavation will take place. There'll be excavations for the inverter pads and the substation pad itself. Those will probably be deeper excavations depending on the soil type. And then there's grading or blading, and I think that's probably what you may be alluding to is the grading process. A lot of these racking systems no longer need to be completely flat. You know, they can kind of go with the contour of the land. So there is a drainage and grading plan that will be completed. It's probably being completed right now as we speak by a civil engineer. And they'll look at the details of where that flow is going to go. They'll put in BMPs. These could look like speed bumps. These could be detention ponds, small detention pond areas that would collect any surficial runoff during construction and just post-construction. And then the whole site will see restoration. Usually if there's a blading activity, we'll go in and reseed that area prior to putting in the pilings and the racking and the panels. That way the seed's already in the ground. So within 7 to 14 days, you've already have vegetation coming up while they're out there installing all the infrastructure. So at the end of the day, in my past experience, the post-construction runoff after restoration on these ag lands is actually less than what we see currently there pre-construction. And that's basically based on we have vegetation in place year-round, whereas active ag land is farmed and not farmed, or it sits stable, or it has plants, or it doesn't, right? So during the active plowing seasons and whatever, you have more runoff from that ag land, whereas under solar and complete grass and forbs in place, you actually see a decrease.
And so during construction, once you've got the best management practices implemented, what is the potential for runoff onto neighboring properties from the construction site?
So with all these plans in place, with the drainage plans, there should be absolutely no runoff to neighboring properties. And it's regulated under the NPDS permit that we will not have runoff.
That's all of my questions for this witness. With that, I'll tender him for further examination.
All right, Ms. Clark?
I have a couple questions for you. As far as we're talking about the decommissioning, if a landowner does not want their land to be graded after the panels are removed or compacted, is that a possibility for them?
Yes, there's a stipulation for any of the landowners to leave, for example, to leave the access roads in place. They may want them there to use them for future use. If they're going to return it back to ag use, most likely they'll request for it to be disc or additives. But no, they could definitely leave it the way it is.
I think a couple of these questions regarding the vegetation were deferred to you. What types of trees and shrubs are going to be used as a vegetative buffer, especially for that Hardinsburg Baptist Church?
Right. So we're looking at 3 tree species right now. There's 2 cedar and I think one's a holly. Holly's more of a bush that grows into a tree. They're evergreens, so they provide that landscape buffer year-round. During or when they're planted, they're roughly 3 to 5 feet in height. Future mature trees, 10 to 15 feet within 3 to 5 years, depending on environment, right? Rain, drought, and whatnot. So 3 species, 15-foot centers, 2 rows staggered. So if you're looking straight on, within 2 to 3 years, we hope to have complete blockage of the fence line and everything behind the fence.
And so how tall is the actual fencing for the panels going to be?
The fencing will be the standard code, the 6 with the extra foot of barbed wire, so 7 foot.
Okay, and then when you plant them, they're going to be how tall?
Probably 3 to 5.
Okay, at what point in construction will the plants or the shrubs or the trees actually be planted?
That can start after the fence is in place. It's up to the EPC contractor. It's also up to the availability of getting the trees, right? So we have to source the trees. There's going to be quite a bit in this project. We're talking multiple miles. So a lot of things go into play on when you can actually get them. And then you want to put them in the ground either late winter or early spring. You're not going to put them in during the summer, hopefully not, because if you get some hot weather drought, 0 success, right? So late or early in the year would be the ideal time to plant.
And you said when you plant them, they're 3 to 5 feet. Is there any possibility that they could be planted at a taller, instead of 3 to 5, maybe 7 or 10 feet tall?
There's always the possibility. You have cost and then you have availability. So the cost goes up and the ability to find those larger trees goes down.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Moving to Deputy Secretary Lyons. Do you have questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Martin. I know y'all provided a lot of responses to requests for information, but there's just some things I wanted to go over to reconfirm here in the hearing versus just being in the record. I noticed that y'all had consulted with Fish and Wildlife back in November of '24, and a table that was provided in response to DR1, I think it was number 14, y'all provided a chart that listed all the permits that you would need. And I noticed for the threatened and endangered species, it had indicated that you all had paid into the bat mitigation fund. Is that correct? Have you already paid something into that?
No, that's the plan. We're gonna work with Fish and
Okay.
Wildlife to offset any impacts to forested areas. So that number will get tweaked here once we get closer to construction. We'll come up with as close as possible an exact acreage. And then, basically write a check to the fund. And then we'll do a post-construction analysis to see if that acreage was more or less. And if it was less, then we'll add more to the fund.
Is the estimate of that acreage about 10.5 acres? I thought I read that
That's
somewhere.
correct, 10.5.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't think you'd probably paid into that fund yet, but the table and the notes seemed to, it actually said, well, anyway, it didn't, it wasn't in the present tense, it didn't seem like.
It's there and it's accessible, and
Yeah.
we're using it on other projects as well.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the wetland delineation report. Now that was prepared by your firm?
That's two consultants, actually. There was a previous consultant that did more of the northern section, and then Stantec did the second half of it, more of the southern and some of the middle area.
And I think the consultant's report indicated there were 14 jurisdictional wetlands out of 68 identified and 60, can't even read my own writing. I think it's 64 or 67 jurisdictional streams out of 210 identified. Does that sound correct?
Yes, and just for the record, we haven't submitted a PJD or an AJD to the Corps of Engineers. Those are our interpretation of what we saw in the field.
Right, and that was going to be my next question, is if you had done that yet. So that hasn't been done.
Correct.
But obviously you're very familiar with that process, and I hope you have luck with the Corps actually getting a response on that. But that aside, can you just tell us what the plan would be for, or if you encounter jurisdictional streams or wetlands, what would generally be the plan there for either avoidance or for taking those?
So we've avoided
features?
all wetlands with the current design. So we're focused right now on access roads and MV cabling through potential streams, jurisdictional streams. So the MV cabling on all stream crossings would be directionally drilled, so there would not be an impact and no need for a regulatory permit through the Corps. The access roads would obviously, we would need some type of a culvert or bridge across those streams. We intend to permit those with a nationwide permit 14 for access roads or transportation through the Louisville Corps of Engineers. Right now, we don't think we're going to need a pre-construction notification. That permit already exists. Water quality certification through the state has already been granted. And we've checked all the boxes to assure that we can use that permit without notification.
And Mr. Martin, obviously, the waters of the Commonwealth and waters of the U.S. have been a hot topic this legislative session. You'll be dealing with the Corps, so you'll be dealing with waters of the U.S., which no longer includes ephemeral streams or wetlands that don't have a continuous surface connection to a traditional navigable stream or one of its tributaries. So with that in mind, is the intent still to avoid even those ephemerals and those non-waters of the U.S. wetlands? Or is there a possibility that?
Yeah, regardless of the outcome, no impacts will be, there will be no impacts to wetlands. We're assuming all streams are jurisdictional and therefore utilizing that permit to cross those streams.
Great, thank you very much. Have you, something I failed to ask you in your consultation with Fish and Wildlife, have you done an IPAC yet?
Sure, yes.
Has that been submitted? I did not find that in the record anywhere.
It's usually included in the wetland delineation report as an appendix.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's in here or not, but I think we submitted as as a request, the wetland report, so it'll be in
Okay,
there as an appendix.
Okay, I did not see that, so I will go back and check that. But just, can you give us kind of a summary of what the IPAC said and what the
Yeah.
threatened endangered species may be involved here?
Yeah, so bats are always the issue with solar projects where we're looking at clearing forested areas, especially riparian forested areas. They're known feeding grounds. The only one that showed up on that list was the tricolored bat, which is proposed for listing. But when you need a nationwide permit, and you're getting that from the Corps of Engineers, you then have to take into consideration species that are proposed for listing. So we're doing just that, and then therefore we're offsetting impacts by putting into the conservation fund for bats per acre of impact.
And I assume cutting of those forested areas would occur in the winter, or in the winter months?
Then, correct, non-roosting
Yeah.
season.
Yeah. I think that's all I have on that. Can you speak to the archaeological survey?
I can't
The
speak,
cultural-
I can speak to it as I've read it, I've looked at it, I've reviewed it. I can say that all archaeological or cultural significant resources have been avoided. There are no national registered sites in the report that I saw.
I saw reference to a historic cemetery in there, and I wasn't really clear whether it was in the project area or not. Are you familiar with that?
I think it's adjacent, but it is definitely being avoided. There were, I think, 3 cemeteries identified. They're all being avoided.
Okay, great, thank you. Last question is regarding interstate pipelines. Can you just tell us what petroleum pipelines are running through the property and what the plan is to deal with those?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I do not know what the name of those pipelines are. I know there are several. I also know that they put a 100-foot buffer on those right-of-ways for any fence or infrastructure.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Thanks very much, Deputy Commissioner. Mr. Hammack?
Thank you.
No questions? Okay. Mr. Wells, we always catch you if you step away for 1 second. It's always your turn. You gotta be quicker. Do you have any questions, sir?
Sorry, we have people coming in and out of the shop here. So I'm not sure if this question applies to Mr. Chad. I think that was his name here, but was there any kind of concerns maybe on the maps with the way all those MV cables were going around? Was that avoiding any lines from like the Texas gas plant there at all? Or was that, are you aware of that? Is that a question for you or somebody else? It's kind of hard to tell where they all go.
No worries. I do a lot of pipeline work as well, so I can tell you if they are crossing, they will go underneath. They'll directional drill underneath the pipeline. There'll be a distance they have to hit, whether it's 6 foot, 10 foot, whatever that number is, but it'll be regulated by the pipeline and their easement conditions.
All right. That's all the questions for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Judge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When, Mr. Martin, when was the, this project, when did it start? Do you have an idea how long ago it's been?
So it started and stopped for me. I'm gonna say maybe 3 years from the beginning, baseline studies are part of it.
And it is pretty well complete now?
Yes.
Okay. How many solar projects have you all submitted? Has it been several? Stantec?
Stantec to Kentucky or just in general?
In general?
Hundreds.
Hundreds, okay.
I personally have worked on hundreds.
Okay. Madam Chair, it's the only questions I have.
What about in Kentucky?
I'm gonna say personally, 7. Stantec, at least double that, 14 to 20.
Commissioner Stacy?
Yes, thank you. Can you go back through the process that you described about grading the surface and how you and what your plan is to plant?
Restoration.
Yeah.
So it's up to the EPC contractor at the end of the day of, you know, how they go about their process. But in general, most likely, you know, after they do access roads, lay down areas and whatnot, they'll.
Well, can I stop you again? So you're not really sure about it, since it's up to them, you can't really speak for them.
I don't think anyone can speak for them on this particular project, no.
I'm sorry?
I don't think anyone can speak for them on this specific project.
So you can't talk about the planning of,
I can tell you the general process that 99% of all solar projects go
so
through.
you can tell me about the projects you've been involved in the past, but you can't tell me anything about this one, is that what you're saying?
If you have a specific question.
Well, I asked you about that when you said it was up to who?
To the EPC contractor.
Okay, so it's up to that contractor to do that, and so you don't know exactly what their process is gonna be, correct?
I don't, that's correct.
Okay, and then, there was a question about the runoff. And is that also gonna be up to that contractor?
It will be controlled by that contractor, yes.
Okay. Well, who is it gonna be up to then to establish the contour of the ground and determine whether there's gonna be runoff and if there is or is not gonna be runoff?
That will be done through civil engineering from the EPC firm. They will determine where that runoff will go to, and then they will implement mitigation measures such as silt fence, detention basins that'll hold water, berms, speed bumps basically that will slow down flow until the site's been restored with grasses.
And so you also stated that you couldn't, there wouldn't be any effect on wetlands?
Correct.
So if you're gonna have less runoff, as you've stated, than there is presently, how does that not affect the wetland?
I mean, each wetland's different, right? They could depend on rainfall. A lot of wetlands depend on groundwater. So the groundwater is up to that level.
But isn't all that dependent on runoff?
No, not at all.
Also, the water just comes up out of the ground, it doesn't.
It can rain in other places, streams can fill up, water can overflow from streams and fill wetlands adjacent, which is what a lot of these are, they're adjacent wetlands to riparian areas. Or groundwater can then increase because of rise in streams or rivers and push waters up into wetlands.
And so the amount of runoff doesn't have anything to do with wetland?
It's wetland specific. You'd have to point to a wetland and then I could make a better determination of whether runoff, if that wetland is 100% runoff dependent.
Well, I'm not talking about 100%, I mean, if there is runoff, surface runoff, doesn't that likely affect a wetland?
I think I've answered that question. There's many things that can affect a wetland, surface runoff being one of them.
Okay.
And I'm not saying it's gonna go away. I'm saying it may decrease.
Yeah, well, I think specifically you said that there'd be less runoff than there was.
That's exactly what I
Yeah.
said, less, not go away. It won't
Yeah.
go to zero. It'll just be less.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's all the question I have right now.
All right, my turn. Regarding the sound study, dBA, that means decibels,
Yes, ma'am.
decibels per something, or what's the gauge for?
I don't,
It's
A
okay.
is A is one is instant
Okay.
and one is kind of overtime.
Okay. So if I understood correctly, the expected operational noise, once the solar arrays are in place and operating, would be about 51 dPA.
At the nearest receptor.
How loud is that? Like, can you compare that to something for us, like the way we can hear the air conditioner right now, or is it like traffic?
It's not much more than an air conditioner
Okay.
kicking on in your house, yes.
And then the site layout itself, there was some questions about how it sort of looks non-contiguous because there are just connections and what was the reason for choosing that particular layout? Was it primarily just because that's what the landowners wanted for their particular parcels?
I can't speak to what parcels the developer ultimately chose. I mean, I can make an assumption that some people wanted the project and some people didn't.
We tend to see them in a great big clump.
Sure. I'm seeing a lot more spread out like we're seeing now, honestly, in the last 2-3 years.
Not for any business type reason, but more just to accommodate landowners there?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you have another question?
I have another question.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Karst issues, did you all encounter any karst issues? I don't remember seeing it in the
They
report.
did. There was a preliminary car study that took place, probably more of a tabletop digital aerial LiDAR exercise. That was given to the developer. The developer then made their plans, their infrastructure plans around potential karst areas. They then went out and did a secondary. This was all done with another consulting firm. I'm going on what I read in the reports. But they went out and did more karst work on the ground surveys with it's electro-geo something. Resistivity tests where they can see whether those are open pockets, caves, depressions. They can classify them. So all that was done. It's all in this study. It's in this application, and they're avoiding every bit of it.
As you might imagine, I didn't read every page because I had that much, but
I'm with you.
I didn't remember that being a real critical issue, especially in the area we're talking about on this new solar area. There shouldn't be that many karst openings.
I mean, they're there. They're not necessarily superficial openings like you would think, back caves or
Yeah.
anything, but there are some sinkholes, some depressions where runoff water is going into and then drains out elsewhere.
Because it's Kentucky.
Yes.
Yep, that's
We're
it.
gonna have them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything? Sure.
I want to ask you a question about the wells that Mr. Lyons talked about. Do you know the age of those wells?
I do not.
Maybe he can enlighten us on that, and do you know the type of drilling that was done in those wells?
I don't. I'm assuming in the state database, we can pull up the drilling logs if they're there, and we can determine that.
And maybe you or him, either one, can maybe answer a simple question about, depending on the type of drilling, would that affect this project?
No, I don't think so, no. When you say type, are you talking like straight down borehole or directional drill?
Yeah, it could be horizontal or something else, and I don't know if that affects this in any way. I don't know it affects, what the effect of it would be. I'm just asking for informational
Sure.
purposes.
Being from Texas, I know a little bit about drilling. It's all gonna be 100+ feet, could be thousands. So my opinion is no, it would not have any direct effect to this project.
Commissioner Stacy,
Yes, sir.
I sent Nicole a little spreadsheet of those wells that does have the completion date on those and the depth of those wells.
Good.
Just to give an example, the three that I was asking about that are still producing Cornell records were completed in 05, 06, and 07. A couple of them are about 1,650 feet deep, and one of them is 3,800, almost 3,900 feet deep, just to give you a little bit of information there.
Okay.
So that means they wouldn't be affected by pile driving, I assume, because it wouldn't go down anywhere near that far.
Right. We're talking 10, 15 feet.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that I wonder if Mr. Lyons, would that in any way affect the pile driving? Would that affect the production of these wells if there was lots of vibration or something that typically?
These are all gas wells. The only thing that I could think of, Commissioner, is if the transmission lines from the wells were in the way. Obviously, before they do any pile driving, they should be calling 811 and getting locations from the companies for those wells that might still be producing, so they can avoid those transmission lines, assuming that they're buried. Usually, in western Kentucky, they are, and it's particularly for gas wells. So that would be one consideration that the Clover Creek would have to take there.
Okay, thank you.
You didn't know you'd be called to testify today, Deputy Secretary. We
No, I
appreciate
didn't.
you being willing. All right.
Just ask whoever's the smartest.
That's right, that's right. Do we have follow-up from the rest of the siting board?
No.
Okay, any redirect?
I do not know, thank you.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
I don't see any, no.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we feel like that we would like to recall Mr. Ike?
I don't have any specific reason to recall Mr. Ike unless there are any questions that weren't answered by the board, in which case we can recall him.
We had had him stick around just in case, so I'm given.
Well, he was happy to stick around
opportunity.
anyway.
I don't know what she's got for sure. She's got some things that she doesn't like. That'd be fine.
I don't think we are, unless I missed anybody online. All right. Well, so I don't remember any exhibits being brought forth today that we need to admit.
I don't believe there were any.
Everything was pre-submitted. Are there any motions at this time?
We have two pending motions, the one for confidentiality and the one for the deviation, but I believe that's it.
Yeah, we'll get that out to you in a written order. So, I definitely want to thank everyone, especially those who drove a long way to join us. Not everybody really wants to come and watch us. We don't get a lot of audience, just usually people who have to be here, so we do appreciate you coming and listening today and your interest in this issue.
We also want to thank the judge and some of his
Yeah.
court members. Well, please, you want to raise your hand so that everybody recognize you. Thank you all. That'd be good.
The siting board has standing members, which are the three members of the Public Service Commission, and then the Secretary of Energy and Environment Cabinet and the Secretary of the Economic Development Cabinet, and they designate their proxies in this case. So our permanent members have been Deputy Secretary Lyons and Mr. Hammock for quite some time, and then we have the two local members this time who've been very active and participatory. Did you have a question?
Madam Chairman, would you all consider if I ask a question while we're here?
Well,
Make a comment?
we have passed the point of public comment. I guess if you just had a question.
That is more a comment, well, kind of question comment.
Yeah, would you want to submit a written comment, or either email or?
I can do that.
Okay.
You can call it a comment and make it a question.
Would you allow that?
We'll let her stop you if you get going too far. How about that?
It is highly irregular. Does anybody object?
Your Honor, I think it's up to you whether or not you allow this to proceed, but I do have some concern that we have concluded all of the witnesses and all of the normal procedure, and we're now reopening new discussion.
I would really appreciate if you would submit an email or a written comment. I think that'd be the best, and then I'm not violating any of our rules of procedure. But you definitely can still do that, right, up until we make our decision. So we have some post-hearing data requests that will go out. Can we get those written and submitted by March 25th?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, and response by April 1st, Council? April Fool's Day?
Yes, we should be able to do that.
All right.
And then, do we know already whether we'd like to submit briefs?
We have not made a final decision. We are internally discussing it, so I'd like to have the option to submit.
Sure. Can you do so by March 27th? I don't know about that, if we're just getting responses out by April 1st. But,
I think we have 10 days per the statute, is that right? Is it 7? Whatever the statute says, we can do that. How about that?
March 27th.
Okay.
All right. And I don't think we have confidential materials to further deal with, so I'm about to adjourn unless we have anything further. I've got my gavel out.
All right.
All right, we're adjourned.